SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, Annie Oakley. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 10:53. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, I am delighted to see you have spoken to the IT department and changed your name. Big smile emoticon. I shall keep safe in my bed knowing that my gun-toting wife sleeps beside me. Christian Gray, CEO and Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Hoplophobe? What the hell is that? From Anastasia Gray. Subject, long words. Date, August 23rd, 2011. 8. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, once more you dazzle me with your linguistic prowess. In fact, your prowess in general, and I think you know what I'm referring to. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, gasp. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:01. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, are you flirting with me? Christian Gray, shocked, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, would you rather? Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:04. To Christian Gray. I flirted with someone else? Anastasia Gray, Brave Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, grrr. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:09. To Anastasia Gray. No. Christian Gray, Possessive CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, wow. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:14. To Christian Gray. Are you growling at me? Cause that's kinda hot. Anastasia Gray. Squirming in a good way. Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, beware. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:16. To Anastasia Gray. Flirting and toying with me, Mrs. Gray? I may pay you a visit this afternoon. Christian Gray, Private CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, oh no. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:20. To Christian Gray. I'll behave. I wouldn't want my boss's boss getting on top of me at work. Winking emoticon. Now let me get on with my job. My boss's boss may fire my ass. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, unspecified expletive symbols. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:23. To Anastasia Gray. Believe me when I say there are a great many things he'd like to do to your ass right now. Firing you is not one of them. Christian Gray, CEO and Ass Man, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. His response makes me giggle. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, go away. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:26. To Christian Gray. Don't you have an empire to run? Stop bothering me. My next appointment is here. I thought you were a breast man. Think about my ass, and I'll think about yours. ILYX. Anastasia Gray, now moist, Editor, SIP. I cannot help my despondent mood as Sawyer drives me to the office on Thursday. Christian's threatened business trip to New York has happened, and though he's been gone only a few hours, I miss him already. I fire up my computer and there's an email waiting for me. My mood lifts immediately. From Christian Gray. Subject, miss you already. Date, August 25th, 2011. 4:32. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, you were adorable this morning. Behave while I'm away. I love you. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. This will be the first night we've slept apart since our wedding. I intend to have a few cocktails with Kate. That should help me sleep. Impulsively, I email him back, although I know that he's still flying. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, behave yourself. Date, August 25th, 2011. 9:03. To Christian Gray. Let me know when you land. I'll worry until you do. And I shall behave. I mean, how much trouble can I get into with Kate? Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. I hit send and sip my latte, courtesy of Hannah. Who knew I'd grow to love coffee? Despite the fact that I'm going out this evening with Kate, I feel like a chunk of me is missing. At the moment, it's 35,000 feet somewhere above the Midwest en route to New York. I didn't know I would feel this unsettled and anxious just because Christian's away. Surely over time I won't feel this loss and uncertainty, will I? I let out a heavy sigh and continue with my work. Around lunchtime, I start manically checking my email and my BlackBerry for a text. Where is he? Has he landed safely? Hannah asks if I want lunch, but I'm too apprehensive and wave her away. I know it's irrational, but I need to be sure he's arrived safely. My office phone rings, startling me. Gray. Hi. Christian's voice is warm with a trace of amusement. Relief floods through me. Hi. I'm grinning from ear to ear. How was your flight? Long. What are you doing with Kate? Oh no. We're just going out for a quiet drink. Christian says nothing. Sawyer and the new woman, Prescott, are coming to watch over us, I offer, trying to placate him. I thought Kate was coming to the apartment. She is, after a quick drink. Please let me go out. Christian sighs heavily. Why didn't you tell me? He says quietly. Too quietly. I mentally kick myself. Christian, we'll be fine. I have Ryan, Sawyer, and Prescott here. It's only a quick drink. Christian remains resolutely silent, and I know he's not happy. I've seen her only a few times since you and I met. Please, she's my best friend. Anna, I don't want to keep you from your friends, but I thought she was coming back to the apartment. Okay, I acquiesce. We'll stay in. Only while this lunatic is out there. Please. I've said okay, I mutter in exasperation, rolling my eyes. Christian snorts softly down the phone. I always know when you're rolling your eyes at me. I scowl at the receiver. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I'll tell Kate. Good. He breathes, his relief evident. I feel guilty for worrying him. Were you? On the tarmac at JFK. Oh, so you just landed? Yes. You asked me to call the moment I landed. I smile. My subconscious glares at me. See? He does what he says he's going to do. Well, Mr. Gray, I'm glad one of us is punctilious. He laughs. Mrs. Gray, your gift for hyperbole knows no bounds. What am I going to do with you? I am sure you'll think of something imaginative. You usually do. Are you flirting with me? Yes. I sense his grin. I'd better go. Anna, do as you're told, please. The security team knows what they're doing. Yes, Christian, I will. I sound exasperated again. Geez, I get the message. I'll see you tomorrow evening. I'll call you later. To check up on me? Yes. Oh, Christian, I scold him. Au revoir, Mrs. Gray. Au revoir, Christian. I love you. He inhales sharply, and I, you, Anna. Neither of us hangs up. Hang up, Christian, I whisper. You're a bossy little thing, aren't you? You're a bossy little thing. Fine. He breathes. Do as you're told. Hang up. Yes, sir. I hang up and grin stupidly at the phone. A few moments later, an email appears in my inbox. From Christian Gray. Subject, twitching palms. Date, August 25th, 2011, 13:42, Eastern Daylight Time. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, you are as entertaining as ever on the phone. I mean it. Do as you're told. I need to know you're safe. I love you. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Honestly, he's the bossy one, but one phone call and all my anxiety has disappeared. He's arrived safely and he's fussing about me as usual. I hug myself momentarily. God, I love that man. Hannah knocks on my door, distracting me, and brings me back to the now. Kate looks gorgeous. In her tight white jeans and red camisole, she's ready to rock the town. She's chatting animatedly with Claire in reception when I make my entrance. Anna! She cries, scooping me up in a Kate hug. She holds me at arm's length. Don't you look the mogul's wife? Who would have thought? Little Anna Steele. You look so sophisticated. She grins. I roll my eyes at her. I'm wearing a pale cream shift dress with a navy blue belt and navy pumps. It's good to see you, Kate. I hug her back. So, where are we going? Christian wants us to go to the apartment. Oh, really? Can't we sneak a quick cocktail at the Zigzag Cafe? I've booked us a table. I open my mouth to protest. Please, she whines and pouts prettily. She must be picking this up from Mia. She never pouts normally. I'd really like a cocktail at the Zigzag. We had such fun the last time we went there, and it's close to Kate's apartment. I hold up my index finger. 1. She grins. 1. She links her arm in mine, and we stroll out to the car, which is parked at the curb with Sawyer at the wheel. We're followed by Miss Belinda Prescott, who's new to the security team, a tall African-American with a no-nonsense attitude. I've yet to warm to her, maybe because she's too cool and professional. The jury's definitely out, but, like the rest of the team, she's been hand-picked by Taylor. She's dressed like Sawyer in a dark, somber pantsuit. Can you take us to the Zigzag, please, Sawyer? Sawyer turns to look at me, and I know he wants to say something. He's obviously been given his orders. He hesitates. The Zigzag Cafe. We'll have only one drink. I give Kate a sideways glance, and she's glaring at Sawyer. Poor man. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Gray requested you go back to the apartment. Prescott pipes up. Mr. Gray isn't here. I snap. The Zigzag, please. Ma'am. Sawyer replies with a sideways glance at Prescott, who wisely holds her tongue. Kate gapes at me as if she can't believe her eyes and ears. I purse my lips and shrug. Okay, so I'm a little more assertive than I used to be. Kate nods as Sawyer pulls out into the early evening traffic. You know the additional security is driving Grace and Mia crazy, Kate says casually. I gawk at her, baffled. You didn't know? She seems incredulous. Know what? Security for all of the Grays has been tripled. Gazillion even. Really? He hasn't told you? I flush. No? Damn it. Christian. Do you know why? Jack Hyde. What about Jack? I thought he was just after Christian. I gasp. Jeez. Why hasn't he told me? Since Monday, Kate says. Last Monday? We identified Jack on Sunday. But why all the grays? How do you know all this? Elliot. Of course. Christian hasn't told you any of this, has he? I flush once more. No. Oh, Anna, how annoying. I sigh. As ever, Kate has hit the nail squarely on the head in her usual sledgehammer style. Do you know why? If Christian's not going to tell me, then maybe Kate will. Elliot said it's something to do with information stored on Jack Hyde's computer when he was at SIP. Holy crap. You're kidding. A surge of anger pulses through me. How does Kate know about this when I don't? I glance up to see Sawyer eyeing me in the rearview mirror. The red light turns to green. He surges forward, focusing on the road ahead. I hold my finger up to my lips, and Kate nods. I bet Sawyer knows too, and I don't. How's Elliot? I ask, to change the subject. Kate grins stupidly, telling me all I need to know. Sawyer pulls up at the end of the passageway that leads down to the Zigzag Cafe, and Prescott opens my door. I scoot out, and Kate slides out after me. We link arms and meander down the passage, followed by Prescott, who's wearing a thunderous expression on her face. Oh, for heaven's sake, it's just a drink. Sawyer drives off to park the car. So, how does Elliot know Gia? I ask, taking a sip of my second strawberry mojito. The bar is intimate and cozy, and I don't want to leave. Kate and I have not stopped talking. I had forgotten how much I like hanging with her. It's liberating to be out, relaxing, enjoying Kate's company. I contemplate texting Christian, then dismiss the idea. He'll just be mad and make me go home like an errant child. Don't talk to me about that bitch, Kate splutters. Kate's reaction makes me laugh. What's so funny, Steele? She snaps, but not seriously. I feel the same way. You do? Yes, she was all over Christian. She had a fling with Elliot. Kate pouts. No. She nods, her lips pressed together in the patented Catherine Kavanaugh scowl. It was brief. Last year, I think. She's a social climber. No wonder she has her sights set on Christian. Christian is taken. I told her to leave him alone or I would fire her. Kate gapes at me once more. Stunned. I nod proudly, and she lifts her glass to salute me, impressed and beaming. Mrs. Anastasia Gray. Way to go. We clink. Does Elliot own a gun? No, he's very anti-gun. Kate stirs her third drink. Christian, too. I think it was Grace and Carrick's influence. I mutter. I'm feeling a little tipsy. Carrick's a good man. Kate nods. He wanted a prenup. I mutter sadly. Oh, Anna. She reaches across the table and grasps my arm. He was only looking out for his boy. As we both know, you have gold digger tattooed on your forehead. She smiles at me, and I poke my tongue out at her, then giggle. Mature, Mrs. Gray, she says, grinning. She sounds like Christian. You'll do the same for your son one day. My son? I gape at her. It hadn't even crossed my mind that my kids will be rich. Holy crap. They'll want for nothing. I mean, nothing. This needs further thought, but not right now. I glance at Prescott and Sawyer seated nearby, watching us and the evening crowd from a side table, while they each nurse a glass of sparkling mineral water. Do you think we should eat? I ask. No, we should drink, Kate says. Why are you in such a drinking mood? Because I don't see enough of you anymore. I didn't know you'd up and marry the first guy who turned your head. She pouts again. Honestly, you married so quickly that I thought you were pregnant. I giggle. Everyone thought I was pregnant. I mutter. Let's not rehash that conversation again, please. And I have to use the restroom. Prescott accompanies me. She says nothing. She doesn't have to. Disapproval radiates off her like a lethal isotope. I haven't been out on my own since I got married. I mutter wordlessly at the closed stall door. I make a face, knowing that she's standing on the other side of the door, waiting while I pee. What precisely is Hyde going to do in a bar anyway? Christian is just overreacting, as usual. Kate, it's late. We should go. It's 10:15 and I have downed my fourth strawberry mojito. I am definitely feeling the effects of the alcohol. Warm and fuzzy. Christian will be fine. Eventually. Sure, Anna. It's been so good to see you. You just seem so much more, I don't know, confident. Marriage obviously agrees with you. My face warms. Coming from Miss Catherine Kavanaugh, this is indeed a compliment. It does, I whisper. And because I've probably had too much to drink, tears prick the backs of my eyes. Could I be any happier? In spite of all his baggage, his nature, his 50ness, I have met and married the man of my dreams. I quickly change the subject to stem my sentimental thoughts, because I know I will cry otherwise. I have really enjoyed this evening. I grasped Kate's hand. Thank you for dragging me out. We hug. As she releases me, I nod at Sawyer and he hands Prescott the keys to the car. I'm sure Miss Goody Two-Shoes Prescott has told Christian I'm not at home. He'll be mad, I mutter to Kate. And maybe he'll think of some delicious way to punish me. Hopefully. Why are you grinning like a loon, Anna? You like making Christian mad? No, not really, but it's easily done. He's very controlling sometimes. Most of the time. I've noticed, Kate says wryly. We pull up outside Kate's apartment. She hugs me hard. Don't be a stranger, she whispers, and kisses my cheek. Then she's out of the car. I wave, feeling strangely homesick. I have missed girl talk. It's fun and relaxing, and it reminds me that I'm still young. I must make more of an effort to see Kate. But the truth is, I love being in my bubble with Christian. Last night we attended a charity dinner together. There were so many men in suits and well-groomed, elegant women talking about real estate prices and the failing economy and the plunging stock markets. I mean, it was dull. Really dull. So, it's refreshing to let my hair down with someone my own age. My stomach rumbles. I still haven't eaten. Shit. Christian. I scramble through my purse and fish out my BlackBerry. Holy crap. 5 missed calls. 1 text. Where the hell are you? And 1 email. From Christian Grey. Subject, angry. You've not seen angry. Date, August 26th, 2011. 0042, Eastern Standard Time. To Anastasia Gray. Anastasia, Sawyer tells me that you are drinking cocktails in a bar when you said you wouldn't. Do you have any idea how mad I am at the moment? I'll see you tomorrow. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. My heart sinks. Oh shit. I really am in trouble. My subconscious glares at me, then shrugs, wearing her, "You made your bed, you lie in it," face. What did I expect? I contemplate calling him, but it's late and he's probably asleep or pacing. I decide a quick text may be enough. "I'm still in one piece. I had a nice time. Missing you. Please don't be mad." I gaze at my BlackBerry, willing him to respond, but it's ominously silent. I sigh. Prescott pulls up outside a Scala, and Sawyer gets out to hold the door open for me. As we stand waiting for the elevator, I take the opportunity to quiz him. "What time did Christian call you?" Sawyer flushes. "About 9:30, ma'am." "Why didn't you interrupt my conversation with Kate so I could speak with him?" "Mr. Gray told me not to." I purse my lips. The elevator arrives and we ride up in silence. I'm suddenly grateful that Christian has a whole night to recover from his conniption, and that he's on the other side of the country. It gives me some time. On the other hand, I miss him. The doors to the elevator open, and for a split second, I stare at the foyer table. What is wrong with this picture? The vase of flowers lies smashed into fragments all over the floor of the foyer. Water and flowers and chunks of china are strewn everywhere, and the table is overturned. My scalp prickles, and Sawyer grabs my arm and pulls me back into the elevator. "Stay there," he hisses, drawing a gun. He steps into the foyer and disappears from my field of vision. I cower in the back of the elevator. "Luke," I hear Ryan call from inside the great room. "Code blue." "Code blue? You have the perp?" Sawyer calls back. "Jesus H. Christ!" I flatten myself against the elevator wall. What the hell spikes through my body, and my heart leaps into my throat. I hear soft voices, and a moment later, Sawyer reappears in the foyer, standing in the puddle of water. He holsters his gun. "You can come in, Mrs. Gray," he says gently. "What's happened, Luke?" My voice is barely a whisper. "We've had a visitor." He takes my elbow, and I'm grateful for the support. My legs have turned to jelly. I walk with him through the open double doors. Ryan is standing at the entrance of the great room, a cut above his eye is bleeding, and there's another on his mouth. He looks roughed up, his clothes disheveled. But what's more shocking is Jack Hyde slumped at his feet. Chapter 10. My heart is pounding and blood thrums loudly in my eardrums. The alcohol flowing through my system amplifies the sound. "Is he?" I gasp, unable to finish the sentence and gazing wide-eyed and terrified at Ryan. I can't even look at the prone figure on the floor. "No, ma'am. Just knocked out cold." Relief floods through me. Oh, thank God. "And you?" I ask, gazing at Ryan. I realize I don't know his first name. He's panting as if he's run a marathon. He wipes the corner of his mouth, removing the trace of blood, and a faint bruise is forming on his cheek. "He put up one hell of a fight, but I'm okay, Mrs. Gray." He smiles reassuringly. If I knew him better, I'd say he looked a little smug. "And Gail? Mrs. Jones? Oh no, is she okay? Been harmed?" "I'm here, Anna." Glancing behind me, I see she's in a nightdress and robe, her hair loose, her face ashen and her eyes wide, like mine, I imagine. "Ryan woke me, insisted I come in here." She points behind her into Taylor's office. "I'm fine. Are you okay?" I nod briskly and realize she's probably just come out of the panic room that adjoins Taylor's office. Who knew we'd need it so soon? Christian had insisted on its installation shortly after our engagement, and I had rolled my eyes. Now, seeing Gale standing in the doorway, I'm grateful for his foresight. A creak from the door to the foyer distracts me. It's hanging off its hinges. What the hell happened to that? Was he alone? I asked Brian. Yes, ma'am. You wouldn't be standing here if he wasn't, I can assure you. Ryan sounds vaguely affronted. How did he get in? I ask, ignoring his tone. Through the service elevator. He's got quite a pair, ma'am. I stare down at Jack's slumped figure. He's wearing a uniform of sorts. Coveralls, I think. When? About 10 minutes ago. I caught him on the security monitor. He was wearing gloves. Kinda strange in August. I recognized him and decided to give him access. That way, I knew we'd have him. You weren't here, and Gale was safe, so I figured it was now or never. Ryan looks very pleased with himself once more, and Sawyer scowls at him in disapproval. Gloves? The thought distracts me, and I glance once more at Jack. Yes, he's wearing brown leather gloves. Creepy. What now? I try to dismiss the ramifications from my mind. We need to secure him, Ryan replies. Secure him? In case he wakes. Ryan glances at Sawyer. What do you need? Asks Mrs. Jones, stepping forward. She's recovered her composure. Something to restrain him. Cord or rope? Ryan replies. Cable ties. I flush as memories of the previous night invade my mind. Reflexively, I rub my wrists and glance quickly down at them. No bruising. Good. I have something. Cable ties. Will they do? All eyes turn to me. Yes, ma'am. Perfect, Sawyer says, serious and straight-faced. I want the floor to swallow me up, but I turn and head for our bedroom. Sometimes you just have to brazen things out. Perhaps it's the combination of fear and alcohol making me audacious. When I return, Mrs. Jones is surveying the mess in the foyer, and Miss Prescott has joined the security team. I hand the ties to Sawyer, who slowly, and with unnecessary care, ties Hyde's hands behind his back. Mrs. Jones disappears into the kitchen and returns with a first aid kit. She takes Ryan's arm, leads him into the doorway of the great room, and starts tending to the cut above his eye. He flinches as she dabs it with an antiseptic wipe. Then I notice the Glock on the floor with a silencer attached. Holy shit! Jack was armed? Bile rises in my throat, and I fight it down. Don't touch, Mrs. Gray, says Prescott when I bend to pick it up. Sawyer emerges from Taylor's office, wearing latex gloves. I'll take care of that, Mrs. Gray, he says. It's his? I ask. Yes, ma'am, says Ryan, wincing once more from Mrs. Jones's ministrations. Holy crap! Ryan fought an armed man in my home. I shudder at the thought. Sawyer bends and gingerly picks up the Glock. Should you be doing that? I ask. Mr. Gray would expect it, ma'am. Sawyer slides the gun into a Ziploc bag, then squats to pat down Jack. He pauses and partially pulls a roll of duct tape from the man's pocket. Sawyer blanches and pushes the tape back into Hyde's pocket. Duct tape? My mind idly registers as I watch the proceedings with fascination and an odd detachment. Then, bile rises to my throat again as I realize the implications. Rapidly, I dismiss them from my head. Don't go there, Anna. Should we call the police? I mutter, trying to hide my fear. I want Hyde out of my home, sooner rather than later. Ryan and Sawyer glance at each other. I think we should call the police, I say, rather more forcefully, wondering what's going on between Ryan and Sawyer. I've just tried Taylor, and he's not answering his cell. Maybe he's asleep. Sawyer checks his watch. It's 1:45 in the morning on the East Coast. Oh, no. Have you called Christian? I whisper. No, ma'am. Were you calling Taylor for instructions? Sawyer looks momentarily embarrassed. Yes, ma'am. Part of me bristles. This man, I glance down at Hyde again, has invaded my home, and he needs to be removed by the police. But looking at the four of them into their anxious eyes, I decide I must be missing something. So I decide to call Christian. My scalp prickles. I know he's mad at me, really, really mad at me, and I falter at the thought of what he'll say, and how he'll stress because he's not here and can't be here until tomorrow evening. I know I've worried him enough this evening. Perhaps I shouldn't call him. And then it occurs to me, shit, what if I'd been here? I pale at the thought. Thank heavens I was out. Maybe I won't be in so much trouble after all. Is he okay? I ask, pointing at Jack. He'll have an aching skull when he wakes, Ryan says, gazing down at Jack with contempt. But we need paramedics here to make sure. I reach into my purse and pull out my BlackBerry. And before I can give too much thought to the extent of Christian's anger, I dial his number. It goes straight to voicemail. He must have switched it off because he's so mad. I cannot think what to say. Turning away, I walk down the hallway a little, away from everyone. Hi, it's me. Please don't be mad. We've had an incident at the apartment, but it's under control, so don't worry. No one is hurt. Call me. I hang up. Call the police, I tell Sawyer. He nods, takes out his cell, and makes the call. Officer Skinner is deep in conversation with Ryan at the dining room table. Officer Walker is with Sawyer in Taylor's office. I don't know where Prescott is. Perhaps in Taylor's office? Detective Clark is barking questions at me as we sit on the couch in the great room. He's tall, dark, and would be good looking if it weren't for his permanent scowl. I suspect he's been woken and dragged from his warm bed because the home of one of Seattle's most influential and wealthy businessmen has been breached. He used to be your boss? Clark asks tersely. Yes. I am tired, beyond tired, and I want to go to bed. I still haven't heard from Christian. On the plus side, the paramedics have removed Hyde. Mrs. Jones hands Detective Clark and me each a cup of tea. Thanks. Clark turns to me. And where is Mr. Gray? New York, on business. He'll be back tomorrow evening. I mean, this evening. It's after midnight. Hyde is known to us, Detective Clark murmurs. I'll need you to come down to the station to make a statement. But that can wait. It's late, and there are a couple of reporters camped out on the sidewalk. Do you mind if I look around? Of course not, I offer, relieved his questioning is finished. I shudder at the thought of the photographers outside. Well, they won't be a problem until tomorrow. I remind myself to call Mom and Ray just in case they hear anything and worry. Mrs. Gray, may I suggest you go to bed? Mrs. Jones says, her voice warm and full of concern. Looking into her warm, kind eyes, I suddenly feel an overwhelming need to cry. She reaches over and rubs my shoulder. We're safe now, she murmurs. This will all look better in the morning, once you've had some sleep. And Mr. Gray will be back tomorrow evening. I glance nervously up at her, keeping my tears at bay. Christian is going to be so mad. Can I get you anything before you go to bed? She asks. I realize how hungry I am. I'd love something to eat. She smiles broadly. Sandwich and some milk? I nod with gratitude, and she heads into the kitchen. Ryan is still with Officer Skinner. In the foyer, Detective Clark is examining the mess outside the elevator. He looks thoughtful, despite his scowl. And suddenly, I feel homesick. Homesick for Christian. Holding my head in my hands, I wish fervently that he were here. He'd know what to do. What an evening. I want to crawl into his lap, have him hold me and tell me that he loves me, even though I don't do as I'm told. But that won't be possible until this evening. Inwardly, I roll my eyes. Why didn't he tell me about the increased security for everyone? What exactly is on Jack's computer? He's so frustrating. But right now, I just don't care. I want my husband. I miss him. Here you are, Anna dear. Mrs. Jones interrupts my inner turmoil. When I glance up at her, she hands me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, her eyes twinkling. I haven't had one of these for years. I smile shyly and dig in. When I finally crawl into bed, I curl up on Christian's side, dressed in his t-shirt. Both his pillow and his t-shirt smell of him. And as I drift off, I silently wish him safe passage home and a good mood. I wake with a start. It's light and my head is aching, throbbing at my temples. Oh no, I hope I don't have a hangover. Cautiously, I open my eyes and notice the bedroom chair has moved, and Christian is sitting in it. He's wearing his tux, and the end of his bow tie is peeping out of the breast pocket. I wonder if I'm dreaming. His left arm is draped over the chair, and in his hand he holds a cut glass tumbler of amber liquid. Brandy? Whiskey? I have no idea. One long leg is crossed at the ankle over his knee. He's wearing black socks and dress shoes. His right elbow rests on the arm of the chair, his hand up to his chin, and he's slowly running his index finger rhythmically back and forth over his lower lip. In the early morning light, his eyes burn with grave intensity, but his general expression is completely unreadable. My heart almost stops. He's here. How did he get here? He must have left New York last night. How long has he been here watching me sleep? Hi, I whisper. He regards me coolly, and my heart stutters once more. Oh no. He moves his long fingers away from his mouth, tosses back the remainder of his drink, and places a glass on the bedside table. I half expect him to kiss me, but he doesn't. He sits back, continuing to regard me, his expression impassive. Hello, he says finally, his voice hushed, and I know he's still mad, really mad. You're back. It would appear so. Slowly, I pull myself up into a sitting position, not taking my eyes off him. My mouth is dry. How long have you been sitting there watching me sleep? Long enough. You are still mad. I can hardly speak the words. He gazes at me as if considering his response. Mad, he says, as if testing the word, weighing up its nuances, its meaning. No, Anna, I am way beyond mad. Holy crap. I try to swallow, but it's hard with a dry mouth. Way mad. That doesn't sound good. He gazes at me, completely impassive, and doesn't respond. A stark silence stretches between us. I reach over to my glass of water and take a welcome sip, trying to bring my erratic heart rate under control. Ryan caught Jack. I try a different tack, and I place my glass beside his on the bedside table. I know, he says icily. Of course he knows. Are you going to be monosyllabic for long? His eyebrows move fractionally, registering his surprise as if he hadn't expected this question. Yes, he says finally. Oh, okay. What to do? Defense, the best form of attack. I'm sorry I stayed out. Are you? No, I mutter after a pause, because it's true. Why say it then? Because I don't want you to be mad at me. He sighs heavily, as if he's been holding this tension for 1,000 hours, and and runs his hand through his hair. He looks beautiful. Mad, but beautiful. I drink him in. Christian's back. Angry, but in one piece. I think Detective Clark wants to talk to you. I'm sure he does. Christian, please. Please what? Don't be so cold. His eyebrows rise in surprise once more. Anastasia, cold is not what I'm feeling at the moment. I'm burning with rage. I don't know how to deal with these. He waves his hand, searching for the word. Feelings. His tone is bitter. Oh, shit. His honesty disarms me. All I want to do is crawl into his lap. It's all I've wanted to do since I came home last night. To hell with this. I move, taking him by surprise and climbing awkwardly into his lap, where I curl up. He doesn't push me away, which is what I'd feared. After a beat, he folds his arms around me and buries his nose in my hair. He smells of whiskey. How much did he drink? He smells of body wash, too. He smells of Christian. I wrap my arms around his neck and nuzzle his throat, and he sighs once more, deeply this time. Oh, Mrs. Gray, what am I going to do with you? He kisses the top of my head. I close my eyes, relishing the contact with him. How much have you had to drink? He stills. Why? You don't normally drink hard liquor. This is my second glass. I've had a trying night, Anastasia. Give a man a break. I smile. If you insist, Mr. Gray. I breathe into his neck. You smell heavenly. I slept on your side of the bed because your pillow smells of you. He nuzzles my hair. Did you now? I wondered why you were on this side. I'm still mad at you. I know. His hand rhythmically strokes my back. And I'm mad at you. I whisper. He pauses. And what, pray, have I done to deserve your ire? I'll tell you later when you're no longer burning with rage. I kiss his throat. He closes his eyes and leans into my kiss, but makes no move to kiss me back. His arms tighten around me, squeezing me. When I think of what might have happened, his voice is barely a whisper, broken, raw. I'm okay. Oh, Anna, it's almost a sob. I'm okay. We're all okay. A bit shaken, but Gail is fine, Ryan is fine, and Jack is gone. He shakes his head. No thanks to you, he mutters. What? I lean back and glare at him. What do you mean? I don't want to argue about it right now, Anna. I blink. Well, maybe I do, but I decide against it. At least he's talking to me. I nestle into him once more. His fingers move to my hair and start playing with it. I want to punish you, he whispers. Really beat the shit out of you. He adds. My heart leaps into my mouth. Ah. I know, I whisper as my scalp prickles. Maybe I will. I hope not. He hugs me tighter. Anna, you try the patience of a saint. I could accuse you of many things, Mr. Gray, but being a saint isn't one of them. Finally, I am blessed with his reluctant chuckle. Fair point well made as ever, Mrs. Gray. He kisses my forehead and shifts. Back to bed. You had a late night, too. He moves quickly, picking me up and depositing me back on the bed. Lie down with me? No, I have things to do. He reaches down and collects the glass. Go back to sleep. I'll wake you in a couple of hours. Are you still mad at me? Yes. I'll go back to sleep then. Good. He pulls the duvet over me and kisses my forehead once more. Sleep. And because I'm so groggy from the night before, relieved that he's back, and emotionally fatigued by our early morning encounter. I do exactly as I'm told. As I drift off, I'm curious though grateful, given the nasty taste in my mouth, to know why he hasn't deployed his usual coping mechanism and leaped on me to have his wicked way. There's some orange juice for you here, Christian says, and my eyes flutter open again. I have had the most restful 2 hours of sleep I can remember, and I wake refreshed, my head no longer throbbing. The orange juice is a welcome sight, as is my husband. He's in his sweats, and I'm momentarily zapped back to the Heathman Hotel and the first time I ever woke up with him. His gray tank top is damp with his sweat. Either he's been working out in the basement gym, or he's been for a run. But he shouldn't look this good after a workout. I'm going to take a shower, he murmurs, and disappears into the bathroom. I frown. He's still distant. He's either distracted by all that's happened, or still mad, or what? I sit up and reach for the orange juice, drinking it down too quickly. It's delicious, ice cold, and it makes my mouth a much better place. I clamber out of bed, anxious to close the distance, real and metaphysical, between my husband and me. I glance quickly at the alarm. It's 8 o'clock. I strip off Christian's t-shirt and follow him into the bathroom. He's in the shower, washing his hair, and I don't hesitate. I slip in behind him, and he stiffens the moment I wrap my arms around him, my front to his wet, muscular back. I ignore his reaction, holding him tightly, and press my cheek flat against him, closing my eyes. After a moment, he shifts so we are both under the cascade of hot water, and carries on washing his hair. I let the water wash over me as I cradle the man I love. I think of all the times he's fucked me, and all the times he's made love to me, in here. I frown. He's never been this quiet. Turning my head, I start to trail kisses across his back. His body stiffens again. Anna, he warns. My hands travel slowly down over his taut stomach to his belly. He places both his hands on mine and brings them to an abrupt halt. He shakes his head. Don't, he warns. I release him immediately. He's saying no? My mind goes into free fall. Has this ever happened before? My subconscious shakes her head, her lips pursed. She glares at me over her half-moon glasses, wearing her "you really fucked up this time" look. I feel like I've been slapped, hard, rejected, and a lifetime of insecurity spawns the ugly thought that he doesn't want me anymore. I gasp as the pain sears through me. Christian turns, and I'm relieved to see he's not completely oblivious to my charms. Grasping my chin, he tilts my head back, and I find myself gazing into his wary gray eyes. I'm still fucking mad at you, he says, his voice quiet and serious. Shit. Leaning down, he rests his forehead against mine, closing his eyes. I reach up and caress his face. Don't be mad at me, please. I think you're overreacting, I whisper. He straightens, blanching. My hand falls free to my side. Overreacting? He snarls. Some fucking lunatic gets into my apartment to kidnap my wife, and you think I'm overreacting? The restrained menace in his voice is frightening, and his eyes blaze as he stares at me as if I'm the fucking lunatic. No, that's not what I was referring to. I thought this was about me staying out. He closes his eyes once more as if in pain and shakes his head. Christian, I wasn't here. I try to appease and reassure him. I know, he whispers, opening his eyes. And all because you can't follow a simple fucking request. His tone is bitter, and it's my turn to blanch. I don't want to discuss this now, in the shower. I am still fucking mad at you, Anastasia. You're making me question my judgment. He turns and promptly leaves the shower, grabbing a towel on the way out of the bathroom, leaving me bereft and chilled under the hot water. Crap, crap, crap. Then, the significance of what he's just said dawns on me. Kidnap? Jack wanted to kidnap me? I recall the duct tape and not wanting to think too deeply about why Jack had it. Does Christian have more information? Hurriedly, I wash myself, then shampoo and rinse my hair. I want to know. I need to know. I am not going to let him keep me in the dark about this. Christian's not in the bedroom when I come out. Geez, he dresses quickly. I do the same, throwing on my favorite plum dress and black sandals, and I'm conscious that I've chosen this outfit because Christian likes it. I vigorously towel dry my hair, then braid it and wind it into a bun. Fitting diamond studs into my ears, I dash to the bathroom to apply a little mascara and glance at myself in the mirror. I'm pale. I'm always pale. I take a deep, steadying breath. I need to face the consequences of my rash decision to actually enjoy myself with my friend. I sigh, knowing that Christian won't see it that way. Christian is nowhere to be seen in the great room. Mrs. Jones is busying herself in the kitchen. Good morning, Anna, she says sweetly. Morning. I smile broadly at her. I am Anna again. Tea? Please. Anything to eat? Please. I'd like an omelet this morning. With mushrooms and spinach? And cheese. Coming up. Where's Christian? Mr. Gray's in his study. Has he had breakfast? I glance at the two places set on the breakfast bar. No, ma'am. Thanks. Christian is on the phone, dressed in a white shirt with no tie, looking every bit the relaxed CEO. How deceptive appearances can be. Perhaps he's not going into the office after all. He glances up when I appear in the doorway, but shakes his head at me, indicating that I am not welcome. Shit. I turn and wander dejectedly back to the breakfast bar. Taylor appears, snappily dressed in a somber suit, looking like he's had 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Morning, Taylor, I murmur, trying to gauge his mood and see if he'll offer me any visual cues about what has been going on. Good morning, Mrs. Gray, he replies, and I hear the sympathy in those 4 words. I smile compassionately back at him, knowing he had to endure an angry, frustrated Christian returning to Seattle way ahead of schedule. How was the flight? I dare to ask. Long, Mrs. Gray. His brevity speaks volumes. May I ask how you are? He adds, his tone softening. I'm good. He nods. If you'll excuse me. He heads toward Christian's study. Taylor's allowed in, but not me. Here you go. Mrs. Jones places my breakfast in front of me. My appetite has vanished, but I eat anyway, not wishing to offend her. By the time I finished what I can of my breakfast, Christian has still not emerged from his study. Is he avoiding me? Thanks, Mrs. Jones, I murmur, sliding off the bar stool and making my way to the bathroom to clean my teeth. As I brush them, I'm reminded of Christian's sulk over the wedding vows. He holed up in his study then, too. Is that what this is? Him sulking? I shudder as I recall his subsequent nightmare. Will that happen again? We really need to talk. I need to know about Jack and about the increased security for the Grays. All the details that have been kept from me, but not from him. Obviously, Elliot talks to her. I glance at my watch. It's 8:50. I'm late for work. I finish brushing my teeth, apply a little lip gloss, grab my lightweight black jacket, and head back to the great room. I am relieved to see Christian there, eating his breakfast. You're going? He says when he sees me. To work? Yes, of course. Bravely, I walk toward him and rest my hands on the edge of the breakfast bar. He gazes at me blankly. Christian, you've hardly been back a week. I have to go to work. But he stops and rakes his hand through his hair. Mrs. Jones walks quietly out of the room. Discreet, Gail. Discreet. I know we have a great deal to talk about. Perhaps if you've calmed down, we can do it this evening. His mouth pops open with dismay. Calmed down? His voice is eerily soft. I flush. You know what I mean. No, Anastasia, I don't know what you mean. I don't want to fight. I was coming to ask you if I could take my car. No, you can't. He snaps. Okay. I acquiesce immediately. He blinks. He was obviously expecting a fight. Prescott will accompany you. His tone is slightly less belligerent. Damn it, not Prescott. I want to pout and protest, but decide against it. Surely now that Jack has been caught, we can cut back on our security. I remember my mom's words of wisdom the day before my wedding. Anna, honey, you really have to choose your battles. It'll be the same with your kids when you have them. Well, at least he's letting me go to work. Okay, I mutter. And because I don't want to leave him like this, with so much unresolved and so much tension between us, I step tentatively toward him. He stiffens, his eyes widening, and for a moment, he looks so vulnerable it pulls at some deep, dark place in my heart. I'm so sorry. I kiss him chastely on the side of his mouth. He closes his eyes as if relishing my touch. Don't hate me, I whisper. He grabs my hand. I don't hate you. You haven't kissed me, I whisper. He eyes me suspiciously. I know, he mutters. I'm desperate to ask him why, but I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Abruptly, he stands and grabs my face between his hands, and, in a flash, his lips are hard on mine. I gasp with surprise, inadvertently granting his tongue access. He takes full advantage, invading my mouth, claiming me, and just as I'm beginning to respond, he releases me, his breath quickening. Taylor will take you and Prescott to SIP, he says, his eyes glaring with me. Taylor, he calls. I flush, trying to recover some composure. Sir, Taylor is standing in the doorway. Tell Prescott Mrs. Gray is going to work. Can you drive them, please? Certainly. Turning on his heel, Taylor disappears. If you could try to stay out of trouble today, I would appreciate it. Christian mutters. I'll see what I can do. I smile sweetly. A reluctant half-smile tugs at Christian's lips, but he doesn't give in to it. I'll see you later, then, he says coolly. Laters, I whisper. Prescott and I take the service elevator down to the basement garage in order to avoid the media outside. Jack's arrest and the fact that he was apprehended in our apartment are now public knowledge. As I settle into the Audi, I wonder if there will be more paparazzi waiting at SIP like the day our engagement was announced. We drive a while in silence, until I remember to call first Ray and then my mom to reassure them that Christian and I are safe. Mercifully, both calls are short, and I hang up just as we arrive outside SIP. As I feared, there's a small crowd of reporters and photographers lying in wait. They turn as one, looking expectantly at the Audi. Are you sure you want to do this, Mrs. Gray? Taylor asks. Part of me just wants to go home, but that means spending the day with Mr. Burning Rage. I hope that with a little time, he will gain some perspective. Jack is in police custody, so 50 should be happy, but he's not. Part of me understands why. Too much of this is out of his control, including me. But I don't have time to think about this now. Take me around to the delivery entrance, please, Taylor. Yes, ma'am. It's 1 o'clock, and I've managed to immerse myself in work all morning. There's a knock, and Elizabeth pops her head around the door. Can I have a moment? She asks brightly. Sure, I mutter, surprised at her unscheduled visit. She enters and sits down, tossing her long black hair over her shoulder. I just wanted to check you're okay. Roach asked me to pay you a visit. She adds hurriedly, as her face reddens. I mean, with all that went on last night. Jack hides the rest is all over the newspaper, but no one seems to have made the connection yet with the fire at GEH. I'm fine, I answer, trying not to think too deeply about how I feel. Jack wanted to harm me. Well, that's not news. He's tried before. It's Christian I'm more concerned about. I glance quickly at my email. There's still nothing from him. I don't know if I were to send him an email, whether I'd just be provoking Mr. Burning Rage further. Good, Elizabeth answers, and her smile actually touches her eyes for a change. If there's anything I can do, anything you need, let me know. Will do. Elizabeth stands. I know how busy you are, Anne. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks. That has to have been the briefest, most pointless meeting in the Western Hemisphere today. Why did Roach send her here? Perhaps he's worried, given I'm his boss's wife? I shake off the dark thoughts and reach for my BlackBerry in the hopes that there might be a message from Christian. As I do, my work email pings. From Christian Gray. Subject, statement. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:04. To Anastasia Gray. Anastasia, Detective Clark will be visiting your office today at 3 p.m. to take your statement. I have insisted that he should come to you, as I don't want you going to the police station. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I gaze at his email for a full 5 minutes, trying to think of a light and witty response to lift his mood. I draw a complete blank, and opt for brevity instead. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, statement. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:12. To Christian Gray. Okay, A, X. Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. I stare at the screen for another 5 minutes, anxious for his response, but there's nothing. Christian is not in the mood to play today. I sit back. Can I blame him? My poor 50 was probably frantic back in the early hours of this morning. Then a thought occurs to me. He was in his tux when I woke this morning. What time did he decide to come back from New York? He normally leaves functions between 10 and 11. Last night at that hour, I was still at large with Pete. Did Christian come home because I was out, or because of the Jack incident? If he left because I was out having a good time, he would have had no idea about Jack, about the police, nothing, until he landed in Seattle. It's suddenly very important to me to find out. If Christian came back merely because I was out, then he was overreacting. My subconscious sucks her teeth, wearing her harpy face. Okay, I'm glad he's back, so maybe it's irrelevant. But still, Christian must have had one hell of a shock when he landed. No wonder he's so confused today. His earlier words come back to me. I am still fucking mad at you, Anastasia. You're making me question my judgment. I have to know. Did he come back because of Cocktailgate, or because of the fucking lunatic? From Anastasia Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:24. To Christian Gray. What time did you decide to come back to Seattle yesterday? Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:26. To Anastasia Gray. Y. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:29. To Christian Gray. Call it curiosity. Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:32. To Anastasia Gray. Curiosity killed the cat. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, huh? Date, August 26, 2011, 13:35. To Christian Gray. What is that oblique reference to? Another threat? You know where I am going with this, don't you? Did you decide to return because I went out for a drink with my friend after you asked me not to? Or did you return because a madman was in your apartment? Anastasia Gray, editor, SI. I stare at my screen. There is no response. I glance at the clock on my computer. 1:45 and still no response. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, here's the thing. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:56. To Christian Gray. I will take your silence as an admission that you did indeed return to Seattle because I changed my mind. I am an adult female and went for a drink with my friend. I did not understand the security ramifications of changing my mind because you never tell me anything. I found out from Kate that security has, in fact, been stepped up for all the Grays, not just us. I think you generally overreact where my safety is concerned, and I understand why. But you're like the boy crying wolf. I never have a clue about what is a real concern or merely something that is perceived as a concern by you. I had two of the security detail with me. I thought both Kate and I would be safe. Fact is, we were safer in that bar than at the apartment. Had I been fully informed of the situation, I would have taken a different course of action. I understand your concerns are something to do with material that was on Jack's computer here, or so Kate believes. Do you know how annoying it is to find out my best friend knows more about what's going on with you than I do? And I am your wife. So are you going to tell me? Or will you continue to treat me like a child, guaranteeing that I continue to behave like one? You are not the only one who is fucking pissed, okay? Anna. Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. I hit send. There. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Gray. I take a deep breath. I have worked myself up into quite a rage. Here I was, feeling sorry and guilty for behaving badly. Well, no longer. From Christian Gray. Subject, here's the thing. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:59. To Anastasia Gray. As ever, Mrs. Gray, you are forthright and challenging in email. Perhaps we can discuss this when you get home to our apartment. You should watch your language. I am still fucking pissed, too. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Watch my language? I scowl at my computer, realizing this is getting me nowhere. I don't respond, then pick up a manuscript recently received from a promising new author and begin to read. My meeting with Detective Clark is uneventful. He is less growly than the night before, maybe because he's managed some sleep, or maybe he just prefers working during the day. Thank you for your statement, Mrs. Gray. You're welcome, Detective. Is Hyde in police custody yet? Yes, ma'am. He was released from the hospital earlier this morning. With what he's charged with, he should be with us for a while. He smiles, his dark eyes crinkling in the corners. Good. This has been an anxious time for my husband and me. I spoke at length with Mr. Gray this morning. He's very relieved. Interesting man, your husband. You have no idea. Yes, I think so. I offer him a polite smile, and he knows he's being dismissed. If you think of anything, you can call me. Here's my card. He wrestles a card out of his wallet and hands it to me. Thank you, detective. I'll do that. Good day to you, Mrs. Gray. Good day. As he leaves, I wonder exactly what Hyde has been charged with. No doubt Christian won't tell me. I purse my lips. We ride in silence to Escala. Sawyer is driving this time, Prescott at his side, and my heart grows heavier and heavier as we head back. I know Christian and I are going to have an almighty fight, and I don't know if I have the energy. As I ride in the elevator from the garage with Prescott beside me, I try to marshal my thoughts. What do I want to say? I think I said it all in my email. Perhaps he'll give me some answers. I hope so. I can't help my nerves. My heart is pounding, my mouth is dry, and my palms are sweaty. I don't want to fight, but sometimes he's so difficult, and I need to stand my ground. The elevator doors slide open, revealing the foyer, and it's once more neat and tidy. The table is upright, and a new vase is in place with a gorgeous array of pale pink and white peonies. I quickly check the paintings as we wander through. The Madonnas all look to be intact. The broken foyer door is fixed and operational once more, and Prescott kindly opens it for me. She's been so quiet today. I think I prefer her this way. I drop my briefcase in the hall and head into the great room. I stop. Holy fuck. Good evening, Mrs. Gray. Christian says softly. He's standing by the piano, dressed in a tight black t-shirt and jeans. Those jeans. The ones he wore in the playroom. My. They are overwashed, pale blue denim, snug, ripped at the knee, and hot. He saunters over to me, his feet bare, the top button of the jeans undone, his smoldering eyes never leaving mine. Good to have you home. I've been waiting for you. Chapter 11. Have you now? I whisper. My mouth goes drier still, my heart pounding in my chest. Why is he dressed like this? What does it mean? Is he still sulking? I have. His voice is kitten soft, but he's smirking as he strolls closer to me. He looks hot, his jeans hanging that way from his hips. Oh no, I'm not going to be distracted by Mr. Sex on Legs. I try to gauge his mood as he stalks toward me. Angry? Playful? Lustful? It's impossible to tell. I like your jeans, I murmur. He grins a disarming, wolfish grin that doesn't reach his eyes. Shit, he's still mad. He's wearing these to distract me. He halts in front of me, and I'm seared by his intensity. He gazes down, wide, unreadable eyes burning into mine. I swallow. I understand you have issues, Mrs. Gray. He says silkily, and he pulls something from the back pocket of his jeans. I can't tear my gaze from his, but hear him unfold a piece of paper. He holds it up, and, glancing briefly in its direction, I recognize my email. My gaze returns to his, as his eyes blaze bright with anger. Yes, I have issues, I whisper, feeling breathless. I need distance if we're going to discuss this, but before I can step back, he leans down and runs his nose along mine. My eyes flutter to a close as I welcome his unexpected, gentle touch. So do I, he whispers against my skin, and I open my eyes at his words. He straightens and gazes intently at me once more. I think I'm familiar with your issues, Christian. My voice is wry, and he narrows his eyes, suppressing the amusement that sparks there momentarily. Are we going to fight? I take a precautionary step back. I must physically distance myself from him, from his smell, his look, his distracting body in those hot jeans. He frowns as I move away. Why did you fly back from New York? I whisper. Let's get this over and done with. You know why. His tone carries a warning ring. Because I went out with Kate? Because you went back on your word, and you defied me, putting yourself at unnecessary risk. Went back on my word? Is that how you see it? I gasp, ignoring the rest of his sentence. Yes. Holy crap. Talk about overreaction. I start to roll my eyes, but stop when he scowls at me. Christian, I changed my mind. I explain slowly, patiently, as if he's a child. I'm a woman. We're renowned for it. That's what we do. He blinks at me as if he doesn't comprehend this. If I had thought for 1 minute that you would cancel your business trip, words fail me. I realize I don't know what to say. I am momentarily catapulted back to the argument over our vows. I never promised to obey you, Christian, but I hold my tongue, because deep down, I'm glad he came back. In spite of his fury, I'm glad he's here in one piece, angry and smoldering in front of me. You changed your mind? He can't hide his contemptuous disbelief. Yes. And you didn't think to call me? He glares at me, incredulous, before continuing. What's more, you left the security detail short here and put Ryan at risk. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I should have called, but I didn't want to worry you. If I had, I'm sure you would have forbidden me to go, and I've missed Kate. I wanted to see her. Besides, it kept me out of the way when Jack was here. Ryan shouldn't have let him in. This is so confusing. If Ryan hadn't, Jack would still be at large. Christian's eyes gleam wildly, then shut, his face tightening as if in pain. Oh no. He shakes his head, and before I know it, he has folded me in his arms, pulling me hard against him. Oh, Anna, he whispers as he tightens his hold on me so that I can barely breathe. If something were to happen to you, his voice is barely a whisper. It didn't, I managed to say. But it could have. I've died 1,000 deaths today thinking about what might have happened. I was so mad, Anna. Mad at you, mad at myself, mad at everyone. I can't remember being this angry except... He stops again. Except? I prompt. Once, in your old apartment, when Layla was there. No, I don't want to think about that. You were so cold this morning, I murmur. My voice cracks on the last word as I remember the hideous feeling of rejection in the shower. His hands move to the nape of my neck, loosening their grip on me, and I take a deep breath. He pulls my head back. I don't know how to deal with this anger. I don't think I want to hurt you, he says, his eyes wide and wary. This morning, I wanted to punish you badly, and he stops, lost for words, I think, or too afraid to say that. You were worried he'd hurt me? I finish his sentence for him, not believing that he'd hurt me for a minute, but relieved, too. A small, vicious part of me feared it was because he didn't want me anymore. I didn't trust myself, he says quietly. Christian, I know you'd never hurt me. Not physically, anyway. I clasp his head between my hands. Do you? He asks, and there is skepticism in his voice. Yes. I knew what you said was an empty, idle threat. I know you're not going to beat the shit out of me. I wanted to. No, you didn't. You just thought you did. I don't know if that's true, he murmurs. Think about it, I urge, wrapping my arms around him once more and nuzzling his chest through the black t-shirt. About how you felt when I left. You've told me often enough what that did to you, how it altered your view of the world, of me. I know what you've given up for me. Think about how you felt about the cuff marks on our honeymoon. He stills, and I know he's processing this information. I tighten my arms around him, my hands on his back, feeling his taut, toned muscles beneath his t-shirt. Gradually, he relaxes as the tension slowly ebbs away. Is this what's been worrying him? That he'll hurt me? Why do I have more faith in him than he has in himself? I don't understand. Surely we've moved on. He's normally so strong, so in control. But without that, he's lost. Oh, 50, 50, 50. I'm sorry. He kisses my hair. I turn my face up to his, and his lips find mine, searching, taking, giving, begging. For what? I don't know. I just want to feel his mouth on mine, and I return his kiss passionately. You have such faith, he whispers after he breaks away. I do. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles and the tip of his thumb, gazing intently into my eyes. His anger has gone. My 50 is back from wherever he's been. It's him. I glance up and smile shyly. Silence, I whisper. You don't have the paperwork. His mouth drops open in amused shock, and he clutches me to his chest again. You're right, I don't. He laughs. We stand in the middle of the great room, locked in our embrace, just holding each other. Come to bed, he whispers, after heaven knows how long. Oh, my. Christian, we need to talk, he urges softly. Christian, please, talk to me. He sighs. About what? You know, you keep me in the dark. I want to protect you. I'm not a child. I am fully aware of that, Mrs. Gray. He runs his hands down my body and cups my backside. Flexing his hips, he presses his growing erection into me. Christian, I scold. Talk to me. He sighs once more with exasperation. What do you want to know? His voice is resigned as he releases me. I balk. I didn't mean you to let me go. Taking my hand, he reaches down to pick up my email from the floor. Lots of things, I mutter, as I let him lead me to the couch. Sit, he orders. Some things never change, I muse, doing as I'm told. Christian sits beside me and, leaning forward, puts his head in his hands. Oh no, is this too hard for him? Then he sits up, rakes both hands through his hair, and turns to me, at once expectant and reconciled to his fate. Ask me, he says simply. Oh, well, that was easier than I thought. Why the additional security for your family? Hyde was a threat to them. How do you know? From his computer. It held personal details about me and the rest of my family, especially Eric. Eric? Why him? I don't know yet. Let's go to bed. Christian, tell me. Tell you what? You are so exasperating. So are you. He glares. You didn't ramp up the security when you first found out there was information about your family on the computer. So, what happened? Why now? Christian narrows his eyes at me. I didn't know he was going to attempt to burn down my building, or... He stops. We thought it was an unwelcome obsession, but, you know. He shrugs. When you're in the public eye, people are interested. It was random stuff. News reports on me from when I was at Harvard, my rowing, my career. Reports on Carrot, following his career, following my mom's career. And to some extent, Elliot and Mia. How sweet. You said or, I prompted. Or what? You said attempt to burn down my building, or like you were going to say something else. Are you hungry? What? I frown at him, and my stomach rumbles. Did you eat today? His voice is sterner, and his eyes frost. I'm betrayed by my flesh, as I thought. His voice is clipped. You know how I feel about you not eating. Come, he says. He stands and holds out his hand. Let me feed you. And he shifts again, this time his voice full of sensual promise. Feed me? I whisper, as everything south of my navel liquefies. Hell, this is such a typically mercurial diversion from what we've been discussing. Is that it? Is that all I'm getting out of him for now? Leading me over to the kitchen, Christian grabs a bar stool and hefts it around to the other side of the island. Sit, he says. Where's Mrs. Jones? I ask, noticing her absence for the first time as I perch on the stool. I've given her and Taylor the night off. Oh. Why? He gazes at me for a beat, and his arrogant amusement is back. Because I can. So you're going to cook? My voice betrays my incredulity. Oh, ye of little faith, Mrs. Gray. Close your eyes. Wow, I thought we were going to have a full-on fight, and here we are, playing in the kitchen. Close them, he orders. I roll them first, then oblige. Not good enough, he mutters. I open one eye and see him take a plum-colored silk scarf out of the back pocket of his jeans. It matches my dress. Holy cow. I look quizzically at him. Nose, he orders again. No peeking. You're going to blindfold me? I mutter, shocked. All of a sudden, I'm breathless. Yes. Christian, he places a finger upon my lips, silencing me. I want to talk. We'll talk later. I want you to eat now. You said you were hungry. He lightly kisses my lips. The silk of the scarf is soft against my eyelids as he ties it securely at the back of my head. Can you see? He asks. No, I mutter, figuratively rolling my eyes. He chuckles softly. I can tell when you're rolling your eyes, and you know how that makes me feel. I purse my lips. Can we just get this over and done with? I snap. Such impatience, Mrs. Gray. So eager to talk. His tone is playful. Yes! I must feed you first, he says, and brushes his lips over my temple, palming me instantly. Okay, have it your way. I resign myself to my fate and listen to his movements around the kitchen. The fridge door opens and Christian places various dishes on the countertop behind me. He pads over to the microwave, pops something in, and turns it on. My curiosity is piqued. I hear the toaster lever drop, the turn of the control, and the quiet tick of the timer. Toast? Yes, I am eager to talk, I murmur, distracted. An assortment of exotic, spicy aromas fills the kitchen, and I shift in my chair. Be still, Anastasia, he murmurs, and he's close to me again. I want you to behave, he whispers. Oh my. And don't bite your lip. Gently, he tugs my bottom lip free of my teeth, and I can't help my smile. Next, I hear the sharp pop of a cork being drawn from a bottle, and the gentle glug of wine being poured into a glass. Then a moment of silence, followed by a quiet click and the soft hiss of white noise from the surround sound speakers as they come to life. A loud twang of a guitar begins a song I don't know. Christian turns the volume down to background level. A man starts to sing, his voice deep, low, and sexy. A drink first, I think, Christian whispers, diverting me from the song. Head back. I tip my head back. Further, he prompts. I oblige, and his lips are on mine. Cool, crisp wine flows into my mouth. I swallow reflexively. Oh my. Memories flood back of not so long ago. Me trussed up on my bed in Vancouver before I graduated, with a hot, angry Christian not appreciating my email. Have times changed? Not much, except now I recognize the wine, Christian's favorite, a Sancerre. I murmur in appreciation. You like the wine? He whispers, his breath warm on my cheek. I'm bathed in his proximity, his vitality, the heat radiating from his body, even though he doesn't touch me. Yes, I breathe. More. I always want more with you. I almost hear his grin. It makes me grin too. Mrs. Gray, are you flirting with me? Yes. His wedding ring clinks against the glass as he takes another sip of wine. Now that is a sexy sound. This time, he pulls my head right back, cradling me. He kisses me once more, and greedily I swallow the wine he gives me. He smiles as he kisses me again. Hungry? I think we've already established that, Mr. Gray. The troubadour on the iPod is singing about wicked games. How apt. The microwave pings, and Christian releases me. I sit upright. The food smells spicy. Garlic, mint, oregano, rosemary, and lamb, I think. The door to the microwave opens, and the appetizing smell grows stronger. Shit! Christ! Christian curses, and a dish clatters onto the countertop. Oh, 50. You okay? Yes! He snaps, his voice tight. A moment later, he's standing beside me once more. I just burned myself. Here. He eases his index finger into my mouth. Maybe you could suck it better. Oh. Clasping his hand, I draw his finger slowly from my mouth. There, I soothe, and leaning forward, I blow, cooling his finger, then kiss it gently twice. He stops breathing. I reinsert it into my mouth and suck gently. He inhales sharply, and the sound travels straight to my groin. He tastes as delicious as ever, and I realize that this is the slow seduction of his wife. I thought he was mad, and now? This man, my husband, is so confusing. But this is how I like him. Playful, fun, sexy as hell. He's given me some answers, but I'm greedy. I want more. But I want to play, too. After the anxiety and tension of today, and the nightmare of last night with Jack, this is a welcome diversion. What are you thinking? Christian murmurs, stopping my thoughts in their tracks as he pulls his finger out of my mouth. How mercurial you are. He stills beside me. 50 Shades, maybe, he says eventually, and plants a tender kiss at the corner of my mouth. My 50 Shades, I whisper. Grabbing his t-shirt, I pull him back to me. Oh, no you don't, Mrs. Gray. No touching. Not yet. He takes my hand, pries it off his t-shirt, and kisses each finger in turn. Sit up, he commands. I pout. I will spank you if you pout. Now open wide. Oh, shit. I open my mouth, and he pops in a forkful of spicy hot lamb covered in a cool, minty yogurt sauce. I chew. You like? Yes. He makes an appreciative noise, and I know he's eating and enjoying too. More. I nod. He gives me another forkful, and I chew it enthusiastically. He puts the fork down and he tears bread, I think. Open, he orders. This time it's pita bread and hummus. I realize Mrs. Jones, or maybe even Christian, has been shopping at the delicatessen I discovered about 5 weeks ago, only 2 blocks from Escala. I chew gratefully. Christian in a playful mood increases my appetite. More? He asks. I nod. More of everything, please. I'm starving. I hear his delighted grin. Slowly and patiently, he feeds me, occasionally kissing a morsel of food from the corner of my mouth, or wiping it off with his fingers. Intermittently, he offers me a sip of wine in his unique way. Open wide, then bite, he murmurs. I follow his command. One of my favorites. Stuffed vine leaves. Even cold, they are delicious, though I prefer them heated up. But I don't want to risk Christian burning himself again. He feeds it to me slowly, and when I've finished, I lick his fingers clean. He asks, his voice low and husky. I shake my head. I'm full. Good, he whispers against my ear. Because it's time for my favorite course. You. He scoops me up in his arms, surprising me so much I squeal. Can I take the blindfold off? No. I almost pout, then remember his threat and think better of it. Playroom, he murmurs. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. You up for the challenge? He asks, and because he's used the word challenge, I can't say no. Bring it on, I murmur. Desire and something that I don't want to name thrumming through my body. He carries me through the door, then up the stairs to the 2nd floor. I think you've lost weight, he mutters disapprovingly. I have? Good. I remember his comment when we arrived back from our honeymoon, and how much he smarted. Jeez, was that just a week ago? Outside the playroom, he slides me down his body and sets me on my feet, but keeps his arm wrapped around my waist. Briskly, he unlocks the door. It always smells the same. Polished wood and citrus. It's actually become a comforting smell. Releasing me, Christian turns me around until I'm facing away from him. He undoes the scarf, and I blink in the soft light. Gently, he pulls the hairpins from my updo, and my braid falls free. He grasps it and tugs gently, so I have to step back against him. I have a plan, he whispers in my ear, sending delicious shivers down my spine. I thought you might, I answer. He kisses me beneath my ear. Oh, Mrs. Gray, I do. His tone is soft, mesmerizing. He tugs my braid to the side and plants a trail of soft kisses down my throat. First, we have to get you naked. His voice hums low in his throat and resonates through my body. I want this. Whatever he has planned. I want to connect the way we know how. He turns me around to face him. I glance down at his jeans, the top button still undone, and I can't help myself. I brush my index finger around the waistband, avoiding his t-shirt, feeling the hairs of his happy trail tickle my knuckle. He inhales sharply, and I look up to meet his eyes. I stop at the unfastened button. His eyes darken to a deeper gray. Oh my. You should keep these on, I whisper. I fully intend to, Anastasia. And he moves, grabbing me with one hand on the back of my neck and the other around my backside. He pulls me against him, then his mouth is on mine, and he's kissing me like his life depends on it. Whoa! He walks me backward, our tongues entwined. I feel the wooden cross behind me. He leans into me, the contours of his body pressing into mine. Let's get rid of this dress, he says, peeling my dress up my thighs, my hips, my belly, deliciously slowly, the material skimming over my skin, skimming over my breasts. Lean forward, he says. I comply, and he pulls my dress over my head and discards it on the floor, leaving me in my sandals, panties, and bra. His eyes blaze as he grasps both my hands and raises them over my head. He blinks once and tilts his head to one side, and I know he's asking for my permission. What is he going to do to me? I swallow, then nod, and a trace of an admiring, almost proud smile touches his lips. He clips my wrists into the leather cuffs on the bar above and produces the scarf once more. Think you've seen enough. Around my head, blindfolding me again, and I feel a frisson run through me as all my other senses heighten. The sound of his soft breathing, my own excited response, the blood pulsing in my ears, Christian's scent mixed with the citrus and polish in the room. All are brought into sharper focus because I can't see. His nose touches mine. I'm going to drive you wild, he whispers. His hands grasp my hips, and he moves down, removing my panties as his hands glide down my legs. Drive me wild. Wow. Lift your feet, one at a time. I oblige, and he removes first my panties, then each sandal in turn. Gently grasping my ankle, he tugs my leg gently to the right. Step, he says. He cuffs my right ankle to the cross, then proceeds to do the same with my left. I am helpless, spread-eagled on the cross. Standing, Christian steps toward me, and my body is bathed in his warmth once more, though he doesn't touch me. After a moment, he grasps my chin, tilts my head up, and kisses me chastely. Some music and toys, I think. You look beautiful like this, Mrs. Gray. I may take a moment to admire the view. His voice is soft. Everything clenches deep inside. After a moment, maybe two, I hear him pad quietly to the museum chest and open one of the drawers. The butt drawer? I have no idea. He takes something out and places it on the top, followed by something else. The speakers spring to life, and after a moment, the strains of a single piano playing a soft, lilting melody fill the room. It's familiar. Bach, I think, but I don't know what piece it is. Something about the music makes me apprehensive, perhaps because the music is too cool, too detached. I frown, trying to grasp why it unsettles me. So Christian grasps my chin, startling me, and tugs gently so that I release my bottom lip. I smile, trying to reassure myself. Why do I feel uneasy? Is it the music? Christian runs his hand from my chin, along my throat, and down my chest to my breast. Using his thumb, he pulls on the cup, freeing my breast from the restraint of my bra. He makes a low, appreciative humming noise in his throat and kisses my neck. His lips follow the path of his fingers to my breast, kissing and sucking all the way. His fingers move to my left breast, releasing it from my bra. I moan as he skates his thumb across my left nipple, and his lips close around my right, hugging and teasing gently until both nipples are long and hard. Ah! He doesn't stop. With exquisite care, he slowly increases each. I pull fruitlessly against my restraints as sharp pleasure spikes from my nipples to my groin. I try to squirm, but I can hardly move, and it makes the torture all the more intense. Christian! I plead. I know, he murmurs, his voice hoarse. This is what you make me feel. What? I groan, and he begins again, subjecting my nipples to his sweet, agonizing touch over and over, taking me closer. Please, I yawl. He makes a low, primal sound in his throat, then stands, leaving me bereft, breathless, and squirming against my restraints. He runs his hands down my sides, one pausing on my hip while the other travels down my belly. Let's see how you're doing, he croons softly. Gently, he cups my sex, brushing his thumb across my clitoris and making me cry out. Slowly, he inserts one, then two fingers inside me. I groan and thrust my hips forward, eager to meet his fingers and the palm of his hands. Oh, Anastasia, you are so ready, he says. He circles his fingers inside me, around and around, while his thumb strokes my clitoris, back and forth once more. It's the only point on my body where he's touching me, and all the tension, all the anxiety of the day is concentrated on this one part of my anatomy. Holy shit, it's intense and strange. The music. I begin to build. Christian shifts, his hand still moving against and in me, and I hear a low buzzing noise. What? I gasp. Hush, he soothes, and his lips are on mine, effectively silencing me. I welcome the warmer, more intimate contact, kissing him voraciously. He breaks the contact and the buzzing noise gets nearer. This is a wand, baby. It vibrates. He holds it against my chest, and it feels like a large ball-like object vibrating against me. I shiver as it moves across my skin, down between my breasts, across to first one, then the other nipple, and I'm awash with sensation, tingling everywhere, synapses firing as dark need pools at the base of my belly. Ah! I groan, while Christian's fingers continue to move inside me. I'm close. All this stimulation. Tilting my head back, I moan loudly and Christian stills his fingers. All sensation stops. No! Christian! I plead, trying to thrust my hips forward for some friction. Still, baby, he says while my impending orgasm melts away. He leans forward once more and kisses me. Frustrating, isn't it? He murmurs. Oh no. Suddenly, I understand his game. Christian, please. Hush, he says, and kisses me. And he starts to move again. Wand, fingers, thumb, a lethal combination of sensual torture. He shifts so his body brushes against mine. He's still dressed, and the soft denim of his jeans brushes against my leg, his erection at my hip, so tantalizingly close. He brings me to the brink again, my body singing with need, and stops. No, I mule loudly. He plants soft, wet kisses on my shoulder as he withdraws his fingers from me and moves the wand down. It oscillates over my stomach, my belly, onto my sex, against my clitoris. Ah, it's intense. Ah! I cry out, pulling hard on the restraints. My body is so sensitized I feel I am going to explode. And just as I am, Christian stops again. Christian! I cry out. Frustrating, yes. He murmurs against my throat. Just like you. Promising one thing, and then his voice trails off. Christian, please, I beg. He pushes the wand against me again and again, stopping just at the vital moment each time. Ah! Each time I stop, it feels more intense when I start again, right? Please, I whimper. My nerve endings are screaming for release. The buzzing stops, and Christian kisses me. He runs his nose down mine. You are the most frustrating woman I have ever met. No, no, no. Christian, I never promised to obey you. Please, please. He moves in front of me, grabs my behind, and pushes his hips against me, making me gasp. His groin rubbing into mine, the buttons of his jeans pressing into me, barely containing his erection. With one hand, he pulls off the blindfold and grasps my chin, and I blink up into his scorching eyes. You drive me crazy, he whispers, flexing his hips against me once, twice, 3 times more, causing my body to spark, ready to burn. And again, he denies me. I want him so badly. I need him so badly. I close my eyes and mutter a prayer. I can't help but feel I'm being punished. I'm helpless, and he's ruthless. Tears spring to my eyes. I don't know how far he's going to take this. Please, I whisper once more. But he gazes down at me, implacable. He's just going to continue. For how long? Can I play this game? No, no, I can't do this. I know he's not going to stop. He's going to continue to torture me. His hand travels down my body once more. No! And the dam bursts. All the apprehension, the anxiety, and the fear from the last couple of days overwhelming me anew as tears spring to my eyes. I turn away from him. This is not love. It's revenge. Red! I whimper. Red! Red! The tears course down my face. He stills. No! He gasps, stunned. Jesus Christ, no! He moves quickly, unclipping my hands, clasping me around my waist and leaning down to unclip my ankles, while I put my head in my hands and weep. No, Anna. Please, no. Picking me up, he moves to the bed, sitting down and cradling me in his lap while I sob inconsolably. I'm overwhelmed, my body wound up to breaking point, my mind a blank, and my emotions scattered to the wind. He reaches behind him, drags the satin sheet off the 4-poster bed, and drapes it around me. The cool sheets feel alien and unwelcome against my sensitized skin. He wraps his arms around me, hugging me close, rocking me gently backward and forward. I'm sorry, Christian murmurs, his voice raw. He kisses my hair over and over again. Anna, forgive me, please. Turning my face into his neck, I continue to cry, and it's a cathartic release. So much has happened over the last few days. Fires and computer rooms, car chases, careers planned out for me, slutty architects, armed lunatics in the apartment, arguments, his anger, and Christian has been away. I hate Christian going away. I use the corner of the sheet to wipe my nose and gradually become aware the clinical tones of thought are still echoing around the room. Please switch the music off? I sniff. Yes, of course. Christian shifts, not letting me go, and pulls the remote out of his back pocket. He presses a button and the piano music ceases, to be replaced by my shuddering breaths. Better? He asks. I nod. Sobs easing. Christian wipes my tears away gently with his thumb. Not a fan of Bach's Goldberg variations, he asks. Not that piece. He gazes down at me, trying and failing to hide the shame in his eyes. I'm sorry, he says again. Why did you do that? My voice is barely audible as I try to process my scrambled thoughts and feelings. He shakes his head sadly and closes his eyes. I got lost in the moment, he says unconvincingly. I frown at him and he sighs. And orgasm denial is a standard tool in... You never... He stops. I shift in his lap and he winces. Oh, I flush. Sorry, I mutter. He rolls his eyes, then leans back suddenly, taking me with him so that we're both lying on the bed, me in his arms. My bra is uncomfortable, and I adjust it. Need a hand? He asks quietly. I shake my head. I don't want him to touch my breasts. Looking down at me, and tentatively raising his hand, he strokes his fingers gently down my face. Tears pool in my eyes again. How can he be so callous one minute and so tender the next? Please don't cry, he whispers. I'm dazed and confused by this man. My anger has deserted me in my hour of need. I feel numb. I want to curl up in a ball and withdraw. I blink, trying to hold back my tears as I gaze into his harrowed eyes. I take a shuddering breath, my eyes not leaving his. What am I going to do with this controlling man? Learn to be controlled? I don't think so. I never what? I ask. Do as you're told. You changed your mind. You didn't tell me where you were. Anna, I was in New York, powerless and livid. If I'd been in Seattle, I'd have brought you home. So you are punishing me? He swallows, then closes his eyes. He doesn't have to answer, and I know that punishing me was his exact intention. You have to stop doing this, I murmur. His brow furrows. For a start, you only end up feeling shittier about yourself. He snorts. That's true, he mutters. I don't like to see you like this. And I don't like feeling like this. You said on The Fair Lady that you hadn't married a submissive. I know. His voice is soft and raw. Well, stop treating me like one. I'm sorry I didn't call you. I won't be so selfish again. I know you worry about me. He gazes at me, scrutinizing me closely, his eyes bleak and anxious. Okay, good, he says eventually. He leans down but pauses before his lips touch mine, silently asking if it's allowed. I raise my face to his, and he kisses me tenderly. Your lips are always so soft when you've been crying, he murmurs. I never promised to obey you, Christian, I whisper. I know. Deal with it, please, for both our sakes. And I will try to be more considerate of your controlling tendencies. He looks lost and vulnerable, completely at sea. I'll try, he murmurs, his voice burning with sincerity. I sigh, a long, shuddering sigh. Please do. Besides, if I had been here, I know, he says, and blanches. Lying back, he puts his free arm over his face. I curl around him and lay my head on his chest. We both lie silent for a few moments. His hand moves to the end of my braid. He pulls the tie from it, freeing my hair, and gently, rhythmically, combs his fingers through it. This is what this is really about. His fear. His irrational fear for my safety. An image of Jack Hyde slumped on the floor in the apartment with a Glock comes to mind. Well, maybe not so irrational. Which reminds me. What did you mean earlier when you said or? I asked. Or? Something about Jack. He peers down at me. You don't give up. I rest my chin on his sternum, enjoying the soothing caress of his fingers in my hair. Give up? Never. Tell me. I don't like being kept in the dark. You seem to have some overblown idea that I need protecting. You don't even know how to shoot. I do. Do you think I can't handle whatever it is you won't tell me, Christian? I've had your stalker ex-sub pull a gun on me, your pedophile ex-lover harass me, and don't look at me like that, I snap when he scowls at me. Your mother feels the same way about her. You talked to my mother about Elena? Christian's voice raises a few octaves. Yes, Grace and I talked about her. He gapes at me. She's very upset about it. Blames herself. I can't believe you spoke to my mother. Shit. He lies down and puts his arm over his face again. I didn't go into any specifics. I should hope not. Grace doesn't need all the gory details. Christ, Anna. My dad, too? No. I shake my head vehemently. I don't have that kind of relationship with Karen. His comments about the prenup still sting. Anyway, you're trying to distract me again. Jack, what about him? Christian lifts his arm briefly and gazes at me, his expression unreadable. Sighing, he puts his arm back over his face. Hyde is implicated in Charlie Tango's sabotage. The investigators found a partial print. Just partial. Couldn't make a match. But then you recognized Hyde in the server room. He has convictions as a minor in Detroit, and the prints matched his. My mind reels as I try to absorb this information. Jack brought down Charlie Tango? But Christian is on a roll. This morning, a cargo van was found in the garage here. Hyde was the driver. Yesterday, he delivered some shit to that new guy who's moved in. The guy we met in the elevator. I don't remember his name. Me neither. Christian says. But that's how Hyde managed to get into the building legitimately. He was working for a delivery company. And? What's so important about the van? Christian says nothing. Christian, tell me. The cops found things in the van. He stops again and tightens his hold around me. What things? Quiet for several moments, and I open my mouth to prompt him, but he speaks. A mattress, enough horse tranquilizer to take down a dozen horses, and a note. His voice has softened to barely a whisper, while horror and revulsion roll off him. Note? My voice mirrors his, addressed to me. What did it say? Christian shakes his head, indicating he doesn't know, or that he won't divulge its contents. Oh. Hyde came here last night with the intention of kidnapping you. Christian freezes, his face taut with tension. As he says those words, I recall the duct tape, and a shudder runs through me. Though deep down, this is not news to me. Shit, I mutter. What? Christian says tightly. I try to remember Jack in the office. Was he always insane? How did he think he could get away with this? I mean, he was pretty creepy, but this unhinged? I don't understand why, I murmur. It doesn't make sense to me. I know. The police are digging further, and so is Welch. But we think Detroit is the connection. Detroit? I gaze at him, confused. Yeah, there's something there. I still don't understand. Christian lifts his face and gazes at me, his expression unreadable. Anna, I was born in Detroit. Chapter 12. I thought you were born here in Seattle, I murmur. My mind races. What does this have to do with Jack? Christian raises the arm covering his face, reaches behind him, and grabs one of the pillows. Placing it under his head, he settles back and gazes at me with a wary expression. After a moment, He shakes his head. No. Elliot and I were both adopted in Detroit. We moved here shortly after my adoption. Grace wanted to be on the West Coast, away from the urban sprawl, and she got a job at Northwest Hospital. I have very little memory of that time. Mia was adopted here. So Jack is from Detroit? Yes. Oh. How do you know? I ran a background check when you went to work for him. Of course he did. Do you have a manila file on him too? I smirk. Christian's mouth twists as he hides his amusement. I think it's pale blue. His fingers continue to run through my hair. It's soothing. What does it say in his file? Christian blinks. Reaching down, he strokes my cheek. You really want to know? Is it that bad? He shrugs. I've known worse. He whispers. No, is he referring to himself? And the image I have of Christian as a small, dirty, fearful, lost boy comes to mind. I curl around him, holding him tighter, pulling the sheet over him, and I lay my cheek against his chest. What? He asks, puzzled by my reaction. Nothing, I murmur. No. This works both ways, Anna. What is it? I glance up, assessing his apprehensive expression. Resting my cheek upon his chest once more, I decide to tell him. Sometimes I picture you as a child, before you came to live with the Grays. Christian stiffens. I wasn't talking about me. I don't want your pity, Anastasia. That part of my life is done. Gone. It's not pity, I whisper, appalled. It's sympathy and sorrow. Sorrow that anyone could do that to a child. I take a deep, steadying breath as my stomach twists and tears prick my eyes anew. Your life is not done, Christian. How can you say that? You live every day with your past. You told me yourself. 50 Shades, remember? My voice is barely audible. Christian snorts and runs his free hand through his hair, though he remains silent and tense beneath me. I know it's why you feel the need to control me, keep me safe. And yet, you choose to defy me, he murmurs, baffled, his hand stilling in my hand. I frown. Holy cow, do I do that deliberately? My subconscious removes her half-moon glasses and chews the end, pursing her lips and nodding. I ignore her. This is confusing. I'm his wife, not his submissive, not some company he's acquired. I'm not the crack whore who was his mother. Fuck. The thought is sickening. Dr. Flynn's words come back to me. Just keep doing what you're doing. Christian is head over heels. It's a delight to see. That's it. I'm just doing what I've always done. Isn't that what Christian found attractive in the first place? Oh, this man is so confusing. Dr. Flynn said I should give you the benefit of the doubt. I think I do. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's my way of bringing you into the here and now, away from your past. I whisper. I don't know. I just can't seem to get a handle on how far you'll overreact. He's silent for a moment. Fucking Flynn, he mutters to himself. He said I should continue to behave the way I've always behaved with you. Did he now? Christian says dryly. Okay, here goes nothing. Christian, I know you loved your mom and you couldn't save her. It wasn't your job to do that. But I'm not her. He freezes again. Don't. He whispers. No, listen. Please. I raise my head to stare into wide eyes that are paralyzed with fear. He's holding his breath. Oh, Christian. My heart constricts. I'm not her. I'm much stronger than she was. I have you, and you're so much stronger now. And I know you love me.
And I'm there, and I'm
I love you too. I whisper. Increases as if my words were not what he expected. Do you still love me? He asks.
And like,
Of course I do.
this is the speed of light.
Christian,
We're gonna be like,
I will always love you, no matter what you
we're gonna
do.
get the NBC at you.
Is this the reassurance he wants?
Like his speed of light.
He exhales and closes his eyes, placing his arm over his face again, but hugging me closer too. Don't hide from me.
Yeah.
Reaching up, I grasp his hand and pull his arm away from his face. You spent your life hiding. Please don't. Not from me. He looks at me with incredulity and frowns. Hiding? Yes. He shifts suddenly, rolling over onto his side and moving me so that I am lying beside him on the bed. He reaches up, smooths my hair off my face, and tucks it behind my ear. You asked me earlier today if I hated you. I didn't understand why. And now, he stops, staring down at me as if I'm a complete conundrum. You still think I hate you? Now my voice is incredulous. No. He shakes his head. Not now. He looks relieved. But I need to know. Why did you say for it, Hannah? I blanch. What can I tell him? That he frightened me? That I didn't know if he'd stop? That I begged him and he didn't stop? That I didn't want things to escalate? Like that one time in here. I shudder as I recall him whipping me with his belt. I swallow. Because you were so angry and distant and cold. I didn't know how far you'd go. His expression is unreadable. Are you going to let me come? My voice is barely a whisper, and I feel a blush steal over my cheeks, but I hold his gaze. No, he says eventually.
And everybody there was kind of...
That's harsh. His knuckle gently grazes my cheek, but effective. He murmurs. He gazes down at me as if he's trying to see into my soul, his eyes darkening. After an eternity, he murmurs, I'm glad you did. Really? I don't understand. His lips twist in a sad smile. Yes, I don't want to hurt you. I got carried away. He reaches down and kisses me, lost in the moment. He kisses me again. Happens a lot. Oh. And for some bizarre reason, the thought pleases me. I grin. Why does that make me happy? He grins too. I don't know why you're grinning, Mrs. Gray. Me neither.
Oh man,
he wraps himself around me and places his head on my chest. We are a tangle of naked and denim-clad limbs and satin-red cheeks. I stroke his back with one hand and run the fingers of my other hand through his hair. He sighs and relaxes in my arms. It means I can trust you. Stop me. I never want to hurt you. He murmurs.
Basically,
I need
Congress or government gives us money.
You need what?
Money we use it to
do
all those experiments here.
Like I need you.
And there are other experiments that they give to money around the world, but this is the primary amount of money it's given.
I've tried, and yet...
Why are they giving money to different places?
He shakes his head in exasperation.
Why don't you all just start working on one fucking accelerator?
This is the heart of our dilemma.
What? That's like getting everyone in the world to agree on doing something.
I refuse to believe these are mutually exclusive. I need you to. I whisper, hugging him tighter. I'll try, Christian. I'll try to be more considerate. I want you to.
Lab is like 2 miles in a ring. Oh, wow. And the whole class is like,
I
wow.
do.
Like, wait, is
My
that the
voice
biggest
is
in the world?
impassioned.
Yeah, but
I
they're
need
building a
him
bigger
so
one. So
much.
wasn't
I
yet
love
built.
him so much.
So they're building a bigger one.
I want to look
And then it's
after
like,
you.
oh, wait.
You do, all the time.
So
I missed
all
you
this
so
is for
much while
nothing?
you were away.
What? Like once this one, once
He
they built that
sounds
one, is
so
that the best one?
surprised. Yes, of course. I hate you
They're
going
like,
away.
yeah, kind of. And I'm like,
I
why are you
sense
guys
his
even
smile.
wasting the fucking money on
You could have
this?
come with
That's
me.
what it was. It was like you're
Christian,
wasting money.
please, let's
Give
not
it the
rehash that
biggest
argument.
one,
I want to work.
or
He
build the
sighs
biggest
as I
one.
run my fingers
It's like,
gently through his hair.
why?
I
Well,
love you.
not to say it
I
wasn't
love you
important to have
too,
a
Christian.
big one. They already
I
had
will
it.
always love you.
But it's like now you already have
We
it.
both
Go
lie
for biggest.
still in the
Don't go
quiet
for like
after our
almost
storm,
the biggest.
listening to the
And it
steady
seems like
beat of
that's
his heart. I drift, exhausted,
That's
into sleep.
so,
I wake with a start, disoriented. Where am I? The playroom. The lights are still on, softly illuminating the blood-red walls. Christian moans again, and I realize this is what woke me. No, he groans. He sprawled out beside me, his head back, his eyes screwed shut, his face contorted. Holy shit. He's having a nightmare. No, he cries out again. Christian, wake up! I struggle to sit up, picking off the sheet. Kneeling beside him, I grab his shoulders and shake him as tears spring to my eyes. Christian, please, wake up! His eyes spring open, gray and wild, his pupils enlarged with fear. He stares vacantly up at me. Christian, you're having a nightmare. You're home. You're safe. He blinks, looks around frantically, and frowns as he takes in our surroundings. Then his eyes are back on mine. Anna, he breathes, and with no preamble whatsoever, he grabs my face with both hands, pulls me down onto his chest, and kisses me, hard. His tongue invades my mouth, and he tastes of desperation and need. Barely giving me a chance to breathe, he rolls over, his lips locked to mine so that he's pressing me into the hard mattress of the four-poster. One of his hands clasps my jaw, the other spreads out on top of my head, keeping me still as his knee parts my legs. And he nestles, still clothed in his jeans, between my thighs.
Why do you fucking need somebody with wings?
He gasps, as if he can't believe I'm there with him. He gazes down at me for a split second, allowing me a moment to breathe. Then his lips are on mine again, plundering my mouth, taking all I have to give. He groans loudly, flexing his hips into me. His erection sheathed in denim pushes into my soft flesh. Oh, I moan, and all the pent-up sexual tension of earlier erupts, resurfacing with a vengeance, flushing my system with desire and need. Driven by his demons, he urgently kisses my face, my eyes, my cheeks, along my jaw.
They need to build tunnels like they have in
I whisper, trying to calm him, our heated, panting breath mingling. I wrap my arms around his shoulders as I grind my pelvis against his in welcome. Oh, Anna. He pants, his voice rough and low. I need you. Me too. I whisper urgently, my body desperate for his touch. I want him. I want him now. I want to heal him. I want to heal me. I need this. His hand reaches down and tugs on the button of his fly, fumbling momentarily, then freeing his erection. Holy shit. I was asleep less than a minute ago. He shifts, staring down at me for a split second, suspended above me. Yes, please. I breathe, my voice hoarse and needy. And in one swift move, he buries himself inside me. Ah! I cry out, not from any pain, but from surprise at his alacrity. He groans, and his lips find mine again as he pushes into me, over and over, his tongue possessing me too. He moves frantically, impelled by his fear, his lust, his desire, his love? I don't know, but I meet him thrust for thrust, welcoming him. Anna, he growls, almost inarticulately, and he comes powerfully, pouring himself into me. his face strained,
How do you
his
know
body rigid, before he collapses with his full weight onto me, panting, and he leaves me hanging. Again. Holy shit. This is not my night. I hold him, drawing in a lungful of air and practically writhing in need beneath him. He eases out of me and holds me for minutes. Many minutes. Finally, he shakes his head and leans up on his elbows, taking some of his weight. He gazes down at me as if seeing me for the first time. Oh, Anna, sweet Jesus. He bends and kisses me tenderly. You okay? I breathe, caressing his lovely face. He nods, but he looks shaken and most definitely stirred. My own lost boy. He frowns and stares intently into my eyes as if finally registering where he is.
I like how it's more concerned. Did you like
He
how
asks,
you're only ever
concern
part
in
of
his
the
voice.
percent group?
I wriggle beneath him,
on one
and after a
condition.
moment he
That's why I can't
smiles,
battery
a
charge
slow,
this.
carnal smile. Mrs. Gray, you have needs. He murmurs. He kisses me swiftly, then scoots off the bed. Kneeling on the floor at the end of the bed, he reaches up, grabs me just above the knees, and pulls me toward him so my behind is on the edge of the bed. Sit up, he murmurs. I struggle into a sitting position, my hair falling like a veil around me, down to my breasts. His gray gaze holds mine as he gently pushes my legs apart as far as they'll go. I lean back on my hands, knowing full well what he's going to do. But he's just, you are so fucking beautiful. He breathes, and I watch his copper-haired head dip trail of kisses up my right thigh, heading north. My whole body clenches in anticipation. He glances up at me, his eyes darkening through long lashes. What? He rasps. Then his mouth is on me. Oh my. I cry out as the world is concentrated at the apex of my thighs, and it's so erotic. Watching his tongue against what feels like the most sensitive part of my body. And he shows no mercy, teasing and taunting, worshipping me. My body tenses and my arms start to tremble from the strain of staying upright. No! I murmur. Gently, he eases one long finger inside me, and I can bear it no more. Collapsing back onto the bed, relishing his mouth and fingers on and in me. Slowly and gently, he massages that sweet, sweet spot deep inside me. And that's it. I'm gone. I explode around him, crying out an incoherent rendition of his name as my intense orgasm arches my back off the bed. I think I see stars. It's such a visceral, primal feeling. Vaguely, I'm aware that he's nuzzling my belly, giving me soft, sweet kisses. Reaching down, I caress his hair. I'm not finished with you yet, he murmurs. And before I fully come back to Seattle, planet Earth, he's reaching for me, grasping my hips and pulling me off the bed to where he's kneeling, into his waiting lap and onto his waiting erection. I gasp as he fills me. Holy cow. Oh, baby. He breathes as he wraps his arms around me and stills, cradling my head and kissing my face. He flexes his hips, and pleasure spikes hot and hard from deep within me. He reaches for my behind and lifts me, rocking his groin upward. I moan, and his lips are on mine again as he slowly, oh so slowly, lifts and rocks. I throw my arms around his neck, surrendering to his gentle rhythm and to wherever he'll take me. I flex my thighs, riding him. He feels so good. Leaning backward, I tilt my head back, my mouth open wide in a silent expression of my pleasure, reveling in his sweet lovemaking. Anna, he breathes, and he leans down, kissing my throat, holding me tight, slowly easing in and out. pushing me higher and higher, so exquisitely timed, a fluid carnal force. Blissful pleasure radiates outward from deep, deep inside me as he holds me so intimately. I love you, Anna, he whispers close to my ear, his voice low and harsh, and he lifts me again. Up, down, up, down. I curl my hands back around his neck into his hair. I love you too, Christian. Opening my eyes, I find he's gazing at me, and all I see is his love, shining bright and bold in the soft glow of the playroom light, his nightmare seemingly forgotten. And as I feel my body build toward my release, I realize this is what I wanted, this connection, this demonstration of our love. Come for me, baby, he whispers, his voice low. I screw my eyes shut as my body tightens at the low sound of his voice, and I come loudly, spiraling into an intense climax. He stills, his forehead against mine, as he softly whispers my name, wraps his arms around me, and finds his own release. He lifts me gently and lays me on the bed. I lie in his arms, wrung out and finally sated. He nuzzles my neck. Better now, he whispers. Shall we go to bed, or do you want to sleep here? Mrs. Gray, talk to me. He sounds amused. Is that the best you can do? Come, let me put you to bed. I don't like sleeping here. Reluctantly, I shift and turn to face him. Wait, I whisper. He blinks at me, looking all wide-eyed and innocent, and at the same time thoroughly fucked and pleased with himself. Are you okay? I ask. He nods, smiling smugly like an adolescent boy. I am now. Oh, Christian, I scold and gently stroke his lovely face. I was talking about your nightmare. His expression freezes momentarily, then he closes his eyes and tightens his arms around me, burying his face in my neck. Don't, he whispers, his voice hoarse and raw. My heart lurches and twists once more in my chest, and I clutch him tightly, running my hands down his back and through his hair. I'm sorry, I whisper, alarmed by his reaction. Holy fuck. How can I keep up with these mood swings? What the hell is his nightmare about? I don't want to cause him any more pain by making him relive the details. It's okay, I murmur softly, desperate to bring him back to the playful boy of a moment ago. It's okay, I repeat over and over, soothingly. Let's go to bed, he says quietly after a while, and he pulls away from me, leaving me empty and aching as he rises from the bed. I scramble after him, keeping the satin sheet wrapped around me, and bend to pick up my clothes. Leave those, he says, and before I know it, he's scooped me up in his arms. I don't want you to trip over this sheet and break your neck. I put my arms around him, marveling that he's recovered his composure, and nuzzle him as he carries me downstairs to our bedroom. My eyes spring open. Something is wrong. Christian is not in bed, though it's still dark. Glancing at the radio alarm, I see it's 3:20 in the morning. Where's Christian? Then I hear the piano. Quickly slipping out of bed, I grab my robe and run down the hallway to the great room. The tune he's playing is so sad, a mournful lament that I've heard him play before. I pause in the doorway and watch him in a pool of light, while the achingly sorrowful music fills the room. He finishes, then starts the piece again. Why such a plaintive tune? I wrap my arms around myself and listen spellbound as he plays, but my heart aches. Christian, why so sad? Is it because of me? I do this? When he finishes, only to start a third time, I can bear it no longer. He doesn't look up as I near the piano, but shifts to one side so I can sit beside him on the piano bench. He continues to play, and I put my head on his shoulder. He kisses my hair but doesn't stop playing until he's finished the piece. I peek up at him and he's staring down at me, warily. Did I wake you? He asks. Only because you were gone. What's that piece called? It's Chopin. It's one of his preludes in E minor. Christian pauses. It's called Suffocation. Reaching over, I take his hand. You're really shaken by all this, aren't you? He snorts. A deranged asshole gets into my apartment to kidnap my wife. She won't do as she's told. She drives me crazy. She safe words on me. He closes his eyes briefly, and when he opens them again, they are stark and raw. Yeah, I'm pretty shaken up. I squeeze his hand. I'm sorry. He presses his forehead against mine. I dreamed you were dead. He whispers. What? Lying on the floor. So cold. And you wouldn't wake up. Oh. Hey, it was just a bad dream. Reaching up, I clasp his head in my hands. His eyes burn into mine, and the anguish in them is sobering. I'm here, and I'm cold without you in bed. Come back to bed, please. I take his hand and stand, waiting to see if he'll follow me. Finally, he stands too. He's wearing his pajama bottoms, and they hang in that way he has. And I want to run my fingers along the inside of his waistband, but I resist and lead him back to the bedroom. When I wake, he's curled around me, sleeping peacefully. I relax and enjoy his enveloping heat, his skin on my skin. I lie very still, not wanting to disturb him. Boy, what an evening. I feel like I've been run over by a train. The freight train that is my husband. Hard to believe that the man lying beside me, looking so serene and young in his sleep, was so tortured last night. And so tortured me last night. I gaze up at the ceiling, and it occurs to me that I always think of Christian as strong and dominating. Yet the reality is, he's so fragile. My lost boy. And the irony is that he looks upon me as fragile. And I don't think I am.
Yeah.
Compared to him, I'm strong.
But
But am I strong enough for both of us? Strong enough to do what I'm told and give him some peace of mind? I sigh. He's not asking that much of me. I flit through our conversation of last night. Did we decide anything other than to both try harder? The bottom line is that I love this man, and I need to chart a course for both of us. One that lets me keep my integrity and independence, but still be more for him. I am his more, and he is mine. I resolve to make a special effort this weekend not to give him cause for concern. Christian stirs and lifts his head off my chest, looking sleepily at me. Good morning, Mr. Gray. I smile. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Did you sleep well? He stretches out beside me. Once my husband stopped making that terrible racket on the piano, yes, I did. He smiles his shy smile, and I melt. Terrible racket. I'll be sure to email Miss Cassie and let her know. Miss Kathy? My piano teacher. I giggle. That's a lovely sound. He says, shall we have a better day today? Okay, I agree. What do you want to do? After I have made love to my wife and she's cooked me breakfast, I'd like to take her to Aspen. I gape at him. Aspen? Yes. Aspen, Colorado? The very same. Unless they've moved it. After all, you did pay $24,000 for the experience. I grin at him. That was your money. Our money. It was your money when I made the bid. I roll my eyes. Oh, Mrs. Gray, you and your eye rolling. He whispers as he runs his hand up my thigh. Won't it take hours to get to Colorado? I ask to distract him. Not by jet, he says silkily as his hand reaches my behind. Of course, my husband has a jet. How could I forget? His hand continues to skim up my body, lifting my nightdress as it goes, and soon I've forgotten everything. Taylor drives us onto the tarmac at SeaTac and around to where the GEH jet is waiting. It's a gray day in Seattle, but I refuse to let the weather dampen my soaring spirits. Christian is in a much better mood. He's excited about something, lit up like Christmas and twitching like a small boy with a big secret. I wonder what scheme he's concocted. He looks dreamy, olive-tousled hair, white t-shirt, and black jeans. Not CEO-like at all today. He takes my hand as Taylor glides to a stop at the foot of the jet steps. I have a surprise. He murmurs and kisses my knuckles. I grin at him. Good surprise? I hope so. He smiles warmly and opens my door. Taylor opens Christian's, then retrieves our cases from the trunk. Stefan is waiting at the top of the stairs when we enter the aircraft. I glance into the cockpit and see First Officer Bailey flipping switches on the imposing instrument panel. Christian and Stefan shake hands. Good morning, sir. Stefan smiles. Thanks for doing this on such short notice. Christian grins back at him. Our guests here? Yes, sir. Guests? I turn and gasp. Kate, Elliot, Mia, and Ethan are all smiling and sitting in the cream-colored leather seats. Wow! I spin around to Christian. Surprise, he says. How? When? Who? I mumble inarticulately, trying to contain my delight and elation. You said you didn't see enough of your friends. He shrugs and gives me a lopsided, apologetic smile. Oh, Christian, thank you. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him hard in front of everyone. He puts his hands on my hips, hooking his thumbs through the belt loops of my jeans, and deepens the kiss. Oh my. Keep this up, and I'll drag you into the bedroom, he murmurs. You wouldn't dare, I whisper against his lips. Oh, Anastasia. He grins, shaking his head. He releases me, and without further preamble, stoops down, grabs my thighs, and lifts me over his shoulder. Christian, put me down! I smack his behind. I briefly catch Stefan's smile as he turns and heads into the cockpit. Taylor is standing at the doorway, trying to stifle his grin. Ignoring my pleas and my futile struggles, Christian strides through the narrow cabin past Mia and Ethan, who are facing each other in the single seats, and past Kate and Elliot, who is whooping like a demented gibbon. If you'll excuse me, he says to our four guests, I need to have a word with my wife in private. Christian! I shout. Put me down! All in good time, baby. I have a brief view of Mia, Kate, and Elliot laughing. Damn it! This is not funny! It's embarrassing! Ethan gawks at us, mouth open and utterly shocked, as we disappear into the cabin. Christian closes the cabin door behind him and releases me, letting me slide down his body slowly, so that I feel every hard sinew and muscle. He gives me his boyish grin, thoroughly pleased with himself. That was quite a show, Mr. Gray. I cross my arm and regard him with faux indignation. That was fun, Mrs. Gray. And his grin widens. Oh boy, he looks so young. Are you going to follow through? I arch a brow, unsure how I feel about this. I mean, the others will hear us, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, I feel shy. Glancing anxiously at the bed, I feel a blush steal across my cheeks as I recall our wedding night. We talked so much yesterday, big so much yesterday. I feel as if we leaped some unknown hurdle. But that's the problem. It's unknown. My eyes find Christian's intense but amused gaze, and I'm unable to keep a straight face. His grin is too infectious. I think it might be rude to keep our guests waiting, he says sulkily as he steps toward me. When did he start to care what people think? I step back against the cabin wall and he imprisons me, the heat from his body holding me in place. He leans down and runs his nose along mine. Good surprise, he whispers, and there's a hint of anxiety in his voice. Oh, Christian, fantastic surprise. I run my hands up his chest, curl them around his neck, and kiss him. When did you organize this? I ask when I pull away from him, stroking his hair. Last night, when I couldn't sleep, I emailed Elliot and Mia, and here they are. It's very thoughtful. Thank you. I'm sure we'll have a great time. I hope so. I thought it would be easier to avoid the press in Aspen than at home. The paparazzi. He's right. If we'd stayed in Escala, we'd have been imprisoned. A shiver runs down my spine as I recollect the snapping cameras and dazzling flashes of the few photographers Taylor sped through this morning. Come, we'd better take our seats. Stefan will be taking off shortly. He offers me his hand, and together we walk back into the cabin. Elliot cheers as we enter. That sure was speedy in-flight service, he calls mockingly. Christian ignores him. Please, be seated, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll shortly begin taxiing for takeoff. Stefan's voice echoes calmly and authoritatively around the cabin. The brunette woman, Natalie, who was on the flight for our wedding night, appears from the galley and gathers up the discarded coffee cups. Natalia. Her name's Natalia. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Gray, she says with a purr. Why does she make me uncomfortable? Maybe it's that she's a brunette. By his own admission, Christian doesn't usually employ brunettes because he finds them attractive. He gives Natalia a smile as he slides in behind the table and sits down facing Elliot and Kate. I swiftly hug Kate and Mia and give Ethan and Elliot a wave before sitting down and buckling up beside Christian. He puts his hand on my knee and gives it an affectionate squeeze. He seems relaxed and happy, even though we're with company. Idly, I wonder why he can't always be like this, not controlling at all. Hope you packed your hiking boots, he says, his voice warm. We're not going skiing? That would be a challenge in August, he says, amused. Oh, of course. Do you ski, Anna? Elliot interrupts us. No. Christian moves his hand from my knee to clasp my hand. I'm sure my little brother can teach you. Elliot winks at me. He's pretty fast on the slopes, too. And I can't help my blush. When I glance up at Christian, he's gazing impassively at Elliot, but I think he's trying to suppress his mirth. The plane surges forward and starts taxiing toward the runway. Natalia runs through the plane's safety procedures in a clear, ringing voice. She's dressed in a neat navy short-sleeved shirt and matching pencil skirt. Her makeup is immaculate. She really is quite pretty. My subconscious raises a plucked to within an inch of its life eyebrow at me. You okay? Kate asks me pointedly. I mean, following the Hyde business? I nod. I don't want to think or talk about Hyde, but Kate seems to have other plans. So why did he go coastal? She asks, cutting to the heart of the matter in her inimitable style. She tosses her hair behind her as she prepares to investigate further. Eyeing her coolly, Christian shrugs. I fired his ass, he says bluntly. Oh? Why? Kate tilts her head to one side, and I know she's in full Nancy Drew mode. He made a pass at me, I mutter. I try to kick Kate's ankle beneath the table and miss. Shit. When? Kate glares at me. Ages ago. You never told me he made a pass at you, she splutters. I shrug apologetically. It can't just be a grudge about that, surely. I mean, his reaction is way too extreme. Kate continues, but now she directs her questions at Christian. Is he mentally unstable? What about all the information he has on new grades? Her grilling Christian this way makes my hackles rise, but she's already established that I know nothing, so she can't ask me. The thought is annoying. We think there's a connection with Detroit, Christian says mildly. Too mildly. Oh no, Kate, please give it up for now. Hyde is from Detroit too. And nods. The plane accelerates, and I tighten my grip on Christian's hand. He glances at me reassuringly. He knows I hate takeoffs and landings. He squeezes my hand, and his thumb strokes my knuckles, calming me. What do you know about him? Elliot asks, oblivious to the fact that we're hurtling down the runway in a small jet about to launch itself into the sky, and equally oblivious to Christian's growing exasperation with Kate. Kate leans forward, listening attentively. This is off the record, Christian says directly to her. Kate's mouth sets in a subtle but thin line. I swallow. Oh shit. We know a Christian continues. His dad died in a brawl in a bar. His mother drank herself into oblivion. He was in and out of foster homes as a kid. In and out of trouble, too. Mainly boosting cars. Spent time in juvie. His mom got back on track through some outreach program. And Hyde turned himself around. Won a scholarship to Princeton. Princeton? Kate's curiosity is piqued. Yep, he's a bright boy. Christian shrugs. Not that bright. He got caught, Elliot mutters. But surely he can't have pulled this stunt alone, Kate asks. Christian stiffens beside me. We don't know yet. His voice is very quiet. Holy crap. There could be someone working with him? I turn and gape in horror at Christian. He squeezes my hand once more but doesn't look me in the eye. The plane lifts smoothly into the air, and I get that horrible sinking feeling in my stomach. How old is he? I ask Christian, leaning close so only he can hear. Much as I'd like to know what's going on, I don't want to encourage Kate's questions. I know they're irritating Christian, and I'm sure she's on his shit list since Cocktailgate. 32. Why? Curious, that's all. Christian's jaw tightens. Don't be curious about Hyde. I'm just glad the fucker's locked up. It's almost a reprimand, but I choose to ignore his tone. Do you think he's working with someone? The thought that someone else might be involved makes me sick. It would mean this isn't over. No, Christian answers, and his jaw tightens once more. Maybe someone who has a grudge against you? I suggest. Holy shit. I hope it's not the bitch troll. Like Elena? I whisper. I realize I've muttered her name out loud, but only he can hear. I glance anxiously at Kate, but she's deep in conversation. Who looks pissed at her. You do like to demonize her, don't you? Christian rolls his eyes and shakes his head in disgust. She may hold a grudge, but she wouldn't do this kind of thing. He pins me with a steady gray gaze. Let's not discuss her. I know she's not your favorite topic of conversation. Have you confronted her? I whisper, not sure if I really want to know. Anna, I haven't spoken to her since my birthday party. Please, drop it. I don't want to talk about her. He raises my hand and brushes my knuckles with his lips. His eyes burn into mine, and I know I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning right now. Get a room, Elliot teases. Oh, right, you already have, but you didn't need it for long. Christian glances up and pins Elliot with a cool glare. Fuck off, Elliot, he says without malice. Dude, just telling you how it is. Elliot's eyes light up with mirth. Like you know, Christian murmurs sardonically, raising an eyebrow. Elliot grins, enjoying the banter. You married your first girlfriend. Elliot gestures at me. Oh shit, where is this going? I flush. Can you blame me? Christian kisses my hand again. No. Elliot laughs and shakes his head. I flush, and Kate slaps Elliot's thigh. Stop being an ass, she scolds him. Listen to your girlfriend, Christian says to Elliot, grinning, and his earlier concern seems to have disappeared. My ears pop as we gain altitude, and the tension in the cabin dissipates as the plane levels out. Kate scowls at Elliot. Is something up between them? I'm not sure. Elliot is right. I snort at the irony. I was, Christian's first girlfriend, and now I'm his wife. The 15 and the evil Mrs. Robinson, they don't count. But then Elliot doesn't know about them, and clearly Kate hasn't told him. I smile at her, and she gives me a conspiratorial wink. My secrets are safe with Kate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be cruising at an altitude of approximately 32,000 feet, and our estimated flight time is 1 hour and 56 minutes. Stefan announces, you are now free to move around the cabin. Natalia appears abruptly from the galley. May I offer anyone coffee? She asks. Chapter 13. We land smoothly at Sardi Field at 12:25 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Stefan brings the plane to a halt a little away from the main terminal, and through the windows I spot a large VW minivan waiting for us. Good landing. Christian grins and shakes Stefan's hand as we get ready to file out of the jet. It's all about the density altitude, sir. Stefan smiles back. Bailey here is good at that. Christian nods at Stefan's first offer. You nailed it, Bailey. Smooth landing. Thank you, sir. She grins smugly. Enjoy your weekend, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Gray. We'll see you tomorrow. Stefan steps aside to let us disembark, and, taking my hand, Christian leads me down the aircraft steps to where Taylor is waiting by the vehicle. Minivan? Says Christian in surprise, as Taylor slides open the door. Taylor gives him a tight, contrite smile and a slight shrug. Last minute, I know, Christian says, immediately placated. Taylor returns to the plane to retrieve our luggage. Want to make out in the back of the van? Christian murmurs to me, a mischievous gleam in his eye. I giggle. Who is this man, and what has he done with Mr. Unbelievably Angry of the last couple of days? Come on, you two, get in, Mia says from behind us, oozing impatience beside Ethan. We climb in, stagger to the double seat in the back, and sit down. I snuggle against Christian, and he puts his arm around the back of my seat. Comfortable? He murmurs as Mia and Ethan take the seat in front of us. Yes, I smile, and he kisses my forehead, and for some unfathomable reason, I feel shy with him today. Why? Last night? Being with company? I can't put my finger on it. Elliot and Kate join us last as Taylor opens to load the luggage. 5 minutes later, we are on our way. I gaze out the window as we head toward Aspen. The trees are green, but a whisper of the coming fall is evident here and there in the yellowing tips of the leaves. The sky is a clear crystal blue, though there are darkening clouds to the west. All around us in the distant loom the Rockies, the highest peak directly. They're lush and green, and the highest are capped with snow and look like a child's drawing of mountains. We're in the winter playground of the rich and famous, and I own a house here. I can barely believe it. And from deep within my psyche, the familiar unease that's always present when I try to wrap my head around Christian's wealth looms and taunts me, making me feel guilty. What have I done to deserve this lifestyle? I've done nothing. Nothing except fall in love. Have you been to Aspen before, Anna? Ethan turns and asks, dragging me out of my reverie. No, first time. You? Kate and I used to come here a lot when we were teens. Dad's a keen skier. Mom, less so. I'm hoping my husband will teach me how to ski. I glance up at my man. Don't bet on it, Christian mutters. I won't be that bad. You might break your neck. His grin gone. Oh, I don't want to argue and sour his good mood, so I changed the subject. How long have you had this place? Nearly 2 years. It's yours now too, Mrs. Gray. He says softly. I know, I whisper. But somehow I don't feel the courage of my convictions. Leaning in, I kiss his jaw and nestle once more at his side, listening to him laugh and joke with Ethan and Elliot. Mia chimes in occasionally, but Kate is quiet, and I wonder if she's brooding about Jack Hyde or something else. Then remember, Aspen. Christian's house here was redesigned by Gia Matteo and rebuilt by Elliot. I wonder if that's what's preoccupying Kate. I can't ask her in front of Elliot, given his history with Gia. Does Kate even know about Gia's connection to the house? I frown, wondering what could be bothering her, and resolve to ask her when we're on our own. We drive through the center of Aspen, and my mood brightens as I take in the town. There are squat buildings of mostly red brick, Swiss-style chalets, and numerous little turn-of-the-century houses painted in fun colors. Plenty of banks and designer shops, too, betraying the affluence of the local population. Of course, Christian fits in here. Why did you choose Aspen? I ask him. What? He regards me quizzically. To buy a place. Mom and Dad used to bring us here when we were kids. I learned to ski here, and I like the place. I hope you do too. Otherwise, we'll sell the house and choose somewhere else. Simple as that. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear. You look lovely today, he murmurs. My cheeks heat. I'm just wearing my traveling gear, jeans and a t-shirt with a lightweight navy blue jacket. Damn it, why does he make me feel shy? He kisses me, a tender, sweet, loving kiss. Taylor drives us on out of town, and we start to climb the other side of the valley, twisting along a mountain road. The higher we go, the more excited I get, and Christian tenses beside me. What's wrong? I ask as we round a bend. I hope you like it, he says quietly. We're here. Taylor slows and turns through a gateway made of gray, beige, and red stones. He heads down the driveway and finally pulls up outside the impressive house. Double-fronted, with high-pitched roofs and built of dark wood and the same mixed stone as the gateway. It's stunning, modern and stark, very much Christian's style. Oh, he mouths at me as our guests start piling out of the van. Looks good. Come, see, he says, an excited, though anxious, gleam in his eyes, as if he's about to show me his science project or something. Mia runs up the steps to where a woman stands in the doorway. She's tiny, and her raven-colored hair is dusted with gray. Mia flings her arms around her neck and hugs her tightly. Who's that? I ask, as Christian helps me out of the van. Mrs. Bentley. She lives here with her husband. They look after the place. Holy cow. More staff? Mia is making introductions. Ethan, then Kate. Elliot hugs Mrs. Bentley too. As Taylor unloads the van, Christian takes my hand and leads me to the front door. Welcome back, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Bentley smiles. Carmela, this is my wife, Anastasia. Christian says proudly. His tongue caresses my name, making my heart stutter. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Bentley nods a respectful greeting. I hold out my hand and we shake. It's no surprise to me that she's much more formal with Christian than the rest of the family. I hope you had a pleasant flight. The weather is supposed to be fine all weekend, though I'm not sure. She eyes the darkening gray clouds behind us. Lunch is ready whenever you want. She smiles again, her dark eyes twinkling, and I warm to her immediately. Here. Christian grabs me and lifts me off my feet. What are you doing? I squeal. Carrying you over yet another threshold, Mrs. Gray. I grin as he carries me into the wide hallway, and after a brief kiss, he sets me gently down onto the hardwood floor. The interior decor is stark, and reminds me of the great room at Escala. All white walls, dark wood, and contemporary abstract art. The hallway opens up into a large sitting area, where 3 off-white leather couches surround a stone fireplace that dominates the room. The only color is from the soft cushions scattered on the couches. Mia grabs Ethan's hand and drags him farther into the house. Christian narrows his eyes at their departing figures, his mouth thinning. He shakes his head, then turns to me. Kate whistles loudly. Nice place. I glance around to see Elliot helping Taylor with our luggage. I wonder again if she knows that Gia had a hand in this place. Tour? Christian asks me. Going through his mind about Mia and Ethan is gone. He's radiating excitement. Or is it anxiety? It's difficult to tell. Sure. Once again, I'm overwhelmed by the wealth. How much did this place cost? And I have contributed nothing to it. Briefly, I'm transported back to the first time Christian took me to Escala. I was overwhelmed then. You got used to it. My subconscious hisses at me. Christian frowns, but takes my hand through the various rooms. The state-of-the-art kitchen is all pale marble countertops and black cupboards. There's an impressive wine cellar and an expansive den downstairs, complete with a large plasma screen TV, soft couches, and a billiards table. I gape at it and blush when Christian catches me. Fancy a game? He asks, a wicked gleam in his eye. I shake my head, and his brow furrows once more. Taking my hand again, he leads me up to the first floor. There are 4 bedrooms upstairs, each with an ensuite bathroom. The master suite is something else. The bed is huge, bigger than the bed at home, and faces an enormous picture window looking out over Aspen and toward the verdant mountains. That's Ajax Mountain, or Aspen Mountain, if you like, Christian says, eyeing me warily. He's standing in the doorway, his thumbs hooked through the belt loops on his black jeans. I nod. You're very quiet, he murmurs. It's lovely, Christian. And suddenly, I'm aching to be back at Escala. In 5 long strides, he's standing in front of me, tugging at my chin and releasing my lower lip from the grip of my teeth. What is it? He asks, his eyes searching mine. You're yes. Sometimes it just takes me by surprise how wealthy you are. We are, I mutter automatically. Don't stress about this, Anna, please. It's just a house. And what did Gia do here, exactly? Gia? He raises his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, she remodeled this place. She did. She designed the den downstairs. Elliot did the build. He rakes his hand through his hair and frowns at me. Why are we talking about Gia? Did you know she had a fling with Elliot? Christian gazes at me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Elliot's fucked most of Seattle, man. I gasped. Mainly women, I understand. Christian jokes. I think he's amused by my expression. No! Christian nods. It's none of my business. He holds his palms up. I don't think Kate knows. I'm not sure he gets that information. Kate seems to be holding her own. I'm shocked. Sweet, unassuming, blonde, blue-eyed Elliot? I stare in disbelief. Christian tilts his head to one side, scrutinizing me. This can't just be about Gia or Elliot's promiscuity. I know. I'm sorry. After all that's happened this week, it's just... I shrug, feeling tearful all of a sudden. Christian seems to sag with relief. Pulling me into his arms, he holds me tightly, his nose in my hair. I know. I'm sorry too. Let's relax and enjoy ourselves, okay? You can stay here and read, watch god-awful TV, jog, go hiking, fishing even, whatever you want to do. And forget what I said about Elliot. That was indiscreet of me. Goes some way to explain why he's always teasing you, I murmur, nuzzling his chest. He really has no idea about my past. I told you, my family assumed I was gay. Celibate, but gay. I giggle and begin to relax in his arms. I thought you were celibate. How wrong I was. I wrap my arms around him, marveling at the ridiculousness of Christians being gay. Mrs. Gray, are you smirking at me? Maybe a little, I acquiesce. You know, what I don't understand is why you have this place. What do you mean? He kisses my hair. You have the boat, which I get. You have the place in New York for business. But why here? It's not like you shared it with anyone. Christian stills and is silent for several beats. I was waiting for you, he says softly, his eyes dark gray and luminous. That's such a lovely thing to say. It's true. I didn't know it at the time. He smiles his shy smile. I'm glad you waited. You are worth waiting for, Mrs. Gray. He tips my chin up with his finger, leans down, and kisses me tenderly. So are you. I smile. Though I feel like I cheated. I didn't have to wait long for you at all. He grins. Am I that much of a prize? Christian, you are the state lottery, the cure for cancer, and the 3 wishes from Aladdin's lamp, all rolled into one. He raises a brow. When will you realize this? I scold him. You were a very eligible bachelor, and I don't mean all this. Wave dismissively at our plush surroundings. I mean, in here. I place my hand over his heart, and his eyes widen. My confident, sexy husband has gone, and I'm facing my lost boy. Believe me, Christian. Please. I whisper, and clasp his face, pulling his lips to mine. He groans, and I don't know if it's hearing what I've said or his usual primal response. I claim him, my lips moving against his, my tongue invading his mouth. When we're both breathless, he pulls away, eyeing me doubtfully. When are you going to get it through your exceptionally thick skull that I love you? I asked, exasperated. He swallows. One day, he says. This is progress. I smile and am rewarded with his answering shy smile. Come, let's have some lunch. The others will be wondering where we are. We can discuss what we all want to do. Oh no! Kate says suddenly. All eyes turn to her. Look, she says, pointing to the picture window. Outside, rain has started pouring down. down. We are sitting around the dark wood table in the kitchen, having consumed an Italian feast of a mixed antipasto prepared by Mrs. Bentley and a bottle or two of Frascati. I'm replete and a little buzzed from the alcohol. There goes our hike, Elliot mutters, sounding vaguely relieved. Kate scowls at him. Something is definitely up with them. They have been relaxed with all of us, but not with each other. We could go into town, Mia pipes up. Ethan smirks at her. Perfect weather for fishing, Christian suggests. I'll go fish, Ethan says. Let's split up. Mia claps her hands. Girls, shopping. Outdoor boring stuff. I glance at Kate, who regards Mia indulgently. Fishing or shopping? Jeez, what a choice. Anna, what do you want to do? Christian asks. I don't mind. I lie. Kate catches my eye and mouths. Perhaps she wants to talk. But I'm more than happy to go shopping. I smile wryly at Kate and Mia. Christian smirks. He knows I hate shopping. I can stay here with you if you'd like, he murmurs, and something dark unfurls in my belly at his tone. No, you go fish, I answer. Christian needs boy time. Sounds like a plan, Kate says, rising from the table. Taylor will accompany you, Christian says, and it's a given, not up for discussion. We don't need babysitting, Kate retorts bluntly, direct as ever. I put my hand on Kate's arm. Kate, Taylor should come. She frowns, then shrugs, and for once in her life holds her tongue. I smile timidly at Christian. His expression remains impassive. Oh, I hope he's not mad at Kate. Elliot frowns. I need to pick up the battery for my watch in town. He glances quickly at Kate, and I spot his slight blush. She doesn't notice because she is pointedly ignoring him. Take the Audi, Elliot. When you come back, we can go fishing, Christian says. Yeah, Elliot mutters, but he seems distracted. Good plan. In here! Grabbing my hand, Mia hauls me into a designer boutique that's all pink silk and faux French distressed rustic furniture. Kate follows us while Taylor waits outside, sheltering under the awning from the rain. Aretha is belting out Say a Little Prayer over the store's hi-fi system. I love this song. I should put it on Christian's iPod. This will look wonderful on you, Anna. Mia holds up a scrap of silver material. Here, try it on. It's a bit short. You'll look fantastic in it. Christian, love it. You think? Mia beams at me. Anna, you have legs to die for, and if we go clubbing tonight... She smiles, sensing an easy kill. You'll look hot for your husband. I blink at her, slightly shocked. We're going clubbing? I don't do clubbing. Kate laughs at my expression. She seems more relaxed now that she's away from Elliot. We should throw some shapes this evening, she says. Go, try it on, Mia orders, and reluctantly I head for the changing room. While I wait for Kate and Mia to emerge from the dressing room, I stroll to the shop window and look out, unseen, across the main street. The Soul compilation continues. Dionne Warwick is singing Walk On By, another great song, one of my mother's favorites. I glance down at the dress in my hand. Dress is perhaps an overstatement. It's backless and very short. But Mia has declared it a winner, perfect for dancing the night away. Apparently, I need shoes too, and a large, chunky necklace, which we'll source next. Rolling my eyes, I reflect once more on how lucky I am to have Caroline Acton, my own personal shopper. Through the boutique window, I'm distracted by the sight of Elliot. He has appeared on the other side of the leafy main street, climbing out of a large Audi. He dives into a store as if to duck out of the rain. Looks like a jewelry store. Maybe he's looking for that watch battery. He emerges a few minutes later and not alone, with a woman. Fuck! He's talking to Gia! What the hell is she doing here? As I watch, they hug briefly and she holds her head back, laughing animatedly at something he says. He kisses her on the cheek and then runs to the waiting car. She turns and heads down the street, and I gape after her. What was that about? I turn anxiously toward the dressing rooms, but there's still no sign of Kate or Mia. I glance at Taylor, where he's waiting outside the store. He catches my eye, then shrugs. He's witnessed Elliot's little encounter too. I blush, embarrassed to have been caught snooping. Turning back, Mia and Kate emerge, both of them laughing. Kate looks at me quizzically. "What's wrong, Anna?" she asks. "You gone cold on the dress? You look sensational in it." No. Are you okay?" Kate's eyes widen. "I'm fine. Shall we pay?" I head to the cashier, joining Mia, who has chosen 2 skirts. "Good afternoon, ma'am." The young sales assistant, who has more gloss coating her lips than I have ever seen in one place, smiles at me. "That'll be $850. What? For this scrap of material?" I blink at her and meekly hand over my black Amex. "Mrs. Gray." Miss Lip Gloss purrs. I follow Kate and Mia in a daze for the next 2 hours, warring with myself. Should I tell Kate? My subconscious firmly shakes her head. Yes, I should tell her. No, I shouldn't. It could just have been an innocent meeting. Shit. What should I do? "Well, do you like the shoes, Anna?" Mia has her fists on her hips. Yeah, sure." I end up with a pair of unfeasibly high Manolo Blahniks, with straps that look like they were made from mirrors. They match the dress perfectly, and set Christian back just over $1,000. I'm luckier with the long silver chain that Kate insists I buy. It's a bargain at $84. "Getting used to having money?" Kate asks, not unkindly, as we walk back to the car. Mia has skipped ahead. "You know this isn't me, Kate. I'm kind of uncomfortable about all this, but I'm reliably informed it's part of the package." I purse my lips at her, and she puts her arm around me. "You'll get used to it, Anna," she says sympathetically. "You'll look great." "Kate, how are you and Elliot getting along?" I ask. Her wide blue eyes dart to mine. "Oh no." She shakes her head. "I don't want to talk about it now." She nods toward Mia. "But things are..." She doesn't finish her sentence. This is unlike my tenacious Kate. Shit. I knew something was up. Do I tell her what I saw? What did I see? Elliot and this well-groomed sexual predator talking, hugging, and that kiss on the cheek. Surely they are just old friends. No, I won't tell her. Not right now. I give her my, "I completely understand and will respect your privacy" nod. She reaches for my hand and gives it a grateful squeeze. And there it is. A swift glimpse of pain and hurt in her eyes that she quickly stifles with a blink. I feel a sudden surge of protectiveness for my dear friend. What the hell is Elliot Manhor Gray playing at? Once back at the house, Kate decides we deserve cocktails after our shopping extravaganza, and whips up some strawberry daiquiris for us. We curl up on the sitting room couches in front of the blazing log fire. Elliot has just been a little distant lately, Kate murmurs, gazing into the flames. Kate and I finally have a moment to ourselves as Mia puts away her purchases. Oh? And I think I'm in trouble for getting you into trouble. You heard about that? Yes. Christian called Elliot. Elliot called me. I roll my eyes. Oh, 50. I'm sorry. Christian is protective. You haven't seen Elliot since Cocktailgate? No. Oh. I really like him, Anna, she whispers. And for one dreadful minute, I think she's going to cry. This is not like Kate. Does this mean the return of the pink pajamas? She turns to me. I've fallen in love with him. At first, I thought it was just the great sex. But he's charming and kind and warm and funny. I could see us growing old together. You know, kids, grandkids, the works. You're happily ever after, I whisper. She nods sadly. Maybe you should talk to him. Try to find some alone time here. Find out what's eating him. Who's eating him? My subconscious snarls. I slap her down, shocked at the waywardness of my own thoughts. Perhaps you guys could go for a walk tomorrow morning? We'll see. Kate, I hate seeing you like this. She smiles weakly, and I lean over to hug her. I resolve not to mention Gia, though I might mention it to the man whore himself. How can he mess with my friend's affections like this? Mia returns, and we move on to safer territory. The fire hisses and spits sparks onto the hearth as I feed it the last logs. We're almost out of wood. Even though it's summer, the fire is very welcome on this wet day. Mia, do you know where the wood for the fire is kept? I ask as she sips her daiquiri. I think it's in the garage. I'll go find some. It'll give me an opportunity to explore. The rain has eased off when I venture outside and head to the 3-car garage adjoining the house. The side door is unlocked and I enter, switching on the light to fight the gloom. The fluorescent strips ping noisily to life. There's a car in the garage, and I realize it's the Audi I saw Elliot in this afternoon. There are also 2 snowmobiles, but what really grabs my attention are the 2 trail bikes, both 125cc. Memories of Ethan bravely endeavoring to teach me how to ride last summer flash through my mind. Unconsciously, I rub my arm where I badly bruised it in a fall. You ride? Elliot asks from behind me. I whirl around. You're back. It would appear so. He grins, and I realize that Christian might say the same thing to me, but without the huge, heart-melting grin. Well, he asks, man whore? Sort of. Do you want to go? I snort. No. I don't think Christian would be very happy if I did. Christian's not here. Elliot smirks. Oh, it's a family trait. And waves his arm to indicate we're alone. He strolls toward the nearest bike and swings a long, denim-clad leg over the saddle, sitting astride and grabbing the handlebars. Christian has, issues about my safety? I shouldn't. You all do what he says. Elliot has a wicked sparkle in his baby blue eyes, and I see a glimmer of the bad boy. The bad boy Kate has fallen in love with. The bad boy from Detroit. No, I arch an admonishing brow at him. But I'm trying to put that right. He has enough to worry about without adding me to the mix. Is he back? I don't know. You didn't go fishing? Elliot shakes his said. I had some business to deal with in town. Business? Holy shit. Groomed blonde business. I inhale sharply and gape at him. If you don't want to ride, what are you doing in the garage? Elliot is intrigued. I'm looking for wood for the fire. There you are. Oh, Elliot, you're back. Kate interrupts us. Hey, baby. He smiles broadly. Catch anything? I scrutinize Elliot's reaction. No, I had a few things to take care of in town. And for one brief moment, I see a flash of uncertainty cross his face. Oh, shit. I came out to see what was keeping Anna. Kate looks at us, confused. We were just shooting the breeze, Elliot says, and the tension crackles between them. We all pause as we hear a car pull up outside. Oh, Christian's back. Thank heavens. The garage door opener whirs loudly into action, startling us all, and the door slowly lifts to reveal Christian and Ethan unloading a black flatbed truck. Christian stops when he sees us standing in the garage. Garage band? He asks sardonically as he wanders in, heading straight for me. I am relieved to see him. Beneath his wading jacket, he's wearing the coveralls I sold him at Clayton's. Hi, he says, looking quizzically at me and ignoring both Kate and Elliot. Coveralls. Lots of pockets. Very handy for fishing. His voice is soft and seductive, for my ears only, and when he gazes down at me, his expression is hot. I flush, and he smiles a huge, no-holds-barred, all-for-me smile. You're wet, I murmur. It was raining. What are you guys doing in the garage? Finally, he acknowledges that we are not alone. Anna came to fetch some wood. Elliot arches an eyebrow. Somehow, he manages to make that sentence sound smutty. I tried to tempt her to take a ride. He is master of the double entendre. Christian's face falls and my heart stills. She said no, that you wouldn't like it. Elliot says kindly, and innuendo-free. Christian's gray gaze swings back to me. Did she now? He murmurs. Listen, I'm all for standing around discussing what Anna did next, but shall we go back inside? Kate snaps. She stoops down, snatches up 2 logs, and turns on her heel, stomping toward the door. Oh shit, Kate is mad, but I know it's not at me. Elliot sighs and, without a word, follows her out. I gaze after them, but Christian distracts me. You can ride a motorcycle? He asks, his voice laced with disbelief. Not very well. Ethan taught me. His eyes frost immediately. You made the right decision, he says, his voice much cooler. The ground's very hard at the moment, and the rain's made it treacherous and slippery. Where do you want the fishing gear? Ethan calls from outside. Leave it, Ethan. Taylor will take care of it. What about the fish? Ethan continues, his voice vaguely taunting. You caught a fish? I ask, surprised. Not me. Kavanaugh did. And Christian pouts, prettily. I burst out laughing. Mrs. Bentley will deal with that. He calls back. Ethan grins and heads into the house. Am I amusing you, Mrs. Gray? Very much so. You're wet. Let me run you a bath. As long as you join me. He leans down and kisses me. I fill the large egg-shaped tub in the ensuite bathroom and pour in some expensive bath oil, which starts to foam immediately. The aroma is heavenly. Jasmine, I think. Back in the bedroom, I start to hang the dress while the bath fills. Did you have a good time? Christian asks as he enters the room. He's just in a t-shirt and sweatpants, his feet bare. He closes the door behind him. Yes, I murmur, drinking him in. I have missed him. Ridiculous. It's only been what, a few hours? He cocks his head to one side and gazes at me. What is it? I was thinking how much I've missed you. You sound like you have it bad, Mrs. Gray. I have, Mr. Gray. He strolls toward me until he's standing in front of me. What did you buy? He whispers, and I know it's to change the topic of conversation. A dress, some shoes, a necklace. I spent a great deal of your money. I glance up at him, guiltily. He's amused. Good, he murmurs, and tucks a stray lock of hair behind my ear. And for the billionth time, our money. He tugs my chin, releasing my lip from my teeth, and runs his index finger down the front of my t-shirt, down my sternum, between my breasts, down my stomach, and over my belly to the hem. You won't be needing this in the bath, he whispers, and gripping the hem of my t-shirt in both hands, slowly pulls it up. Lift your arms. I comply, not taking my eyes off his, and he drops my t-shirt on the floor. I thought we were just having a bath. My pulse quickens. I want to make you good and dirty first. I've missed you too. He leans down and kisses me. Shit! The water! I struggle to sit up, all post-orgasmic and dazed. Christian doesn't release me. Christian! The bath! I gaze down at him from my prone position across his chest. He laughs. Relax. It's a wet room. He rolls over and kisses me quickly. I'll switch off the faucet. He climbs gracefully off the bed and strolls into the bathroom. My eyes greedily follow him all the way. My husband, naked and soon to be wet. I bound out of bed. We sit at opposite ends of the bath, which is very full. So full that whenever we move, water laps over the side and splashes to the floor. It's very decadent. Even more decadent is Christian washing my feet, massaging holes, pulling gently on my toes. He kisses each one and gently bites my little toe. Ah! I feel it. There, in my groin. Like that. He breathes. I mumble incoherently. He starts massaging again. Oh, this feels good. I close my eyes. I saw Gia in town, I murmur. Really? I think she has a place here, he says dismissively. He's not interested in the slightest. She was with Elliot. Christian stops massaging. That got his attention. When I open my eyes, his head is inclined to one side, like he doesn't understand. What do you mean, with Elliot? He asks, perplexed rather than concerned. I explain what I saw. Anna, they're just friends. I think Elliot is pretty stuck on Kate. He pauses, then adds more quietly. In fact, I know he's pretty stuck on her. And he gives me his, I have no idea why, look. Kate is gorgeous, I bristle, championing my friend. He snorts. Still glad it was you who fell into my office. He kisses my big toe, releases my left foot, and picks up my right before beginning the massage process begins. His fingers are so strong and supple. I relax again. I do not want to fight about Kate. I close my eyes and let his fingers work their magic on my feet. I think at myself in the full-length mirror, not recognizing the vixen that stares back at me. Kate has gone all out and played Barbie with me this evening, styling my hair and makeup. My hair is full and straight, my eyes ringed with kohl, my lips scarlet red. I look hot. I'm all legs, especially in the high-heeled Manolos, and my indecently short dress. I need Christian to approve, though I have a horrible feeling he won't like so much of my flesh exposed. In view of our entente cordiale, I decide I should ask him. I pick up my BlackBerry. From Anastasia Gray. Subject: Does my butt look big in this? Date: August 27th, 2011. 18:53. Mountain Standard Time. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, I need your sartorial advice. Yours, Mrs. G. X. From Christian Gray. Subject: Peachy. Date: August 27th, 2011. 18:55. Mountain Standard Time. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, I seriously doubt it, but I will come and give your butt a thorough examination, just to make sure. Yours in anticipation, Mr. G. X. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, and Butt Inspectorate, Inc. As I read his email, the bedroom door opens, and Christian freezes on the threshold. His mouth pops open, and his eyes widen. Holy crap, this could go either way. Well, I whisper, Anna, you look, wow. You like it? Yes, I guess so. He's a little hoarse. Slowly, he steps into the room and closes the door. He's wearing black jeans and a white shirt, but with a black jacket. He looks divine. He stalks slowly toward me, but as soon as he reaches me, he puts his hands on my shoulders and turns me around to face the full-length mirror, while he stands behind me. My gaze finds his in the glass. Then he glances down, fascinated by his finger glides down my spine and reaches the edge of my dress at the small of my back, where pale flesh meets silver cloth. This is very revealing, he murmurs. His hand skims lower, over my backside and down to my naked thigh. He pauses, gray eyes burning intently into blue. Then slowly he trails his fingers back up to the hem of my skirt. Watching his long fingers move lightly, teasingly across my skin, feeling the tingles they leave in their wake, my mouth forms a perfect O. It's not far from here. He touches the hem, then moves his fingers higher. To here, he whispers. I gasp as his fingers stroke my sex, moving tantalizingly over my panties, feeling me, teasing me. And your point is? I whisper. My point is, it's not far from here. His fingers glide over my panties, then one is inside against my soft, dampened flesh. To here, and then to here. He slips a finger inside me. I gasp and make a soft mewling sound. This is mine, he murmurs in my ear. Closing his eyes, he moves his fingers slowly in and out of me. I don't want anyone else to see this. My breath stutters, my panting matching the rhythm of his finger. Watching him in the mirror, doing this, it's beyond erotic. So, be a good girl and don't bend down, and you should be fine. You approve? I whisper. No, but I'm not going to stop you from wearing it. You look stunning, Anastasia. Abruptly, he withdraws his finger, leaving me wanting more, and he moves around to face me. He places the tip of his invading finger on my lower lip. Instinctively, I pucker my lips and kiss it, and I'm rewarded with a wicked grin. He puts his finger in his mouth, and his expression informs me that I taste good. Real good. I flush. Will it always shock me when he does that? He grasps my hand. Come, he orders softly. I want to retort that I was about to, but in light of what happened in the playroom yesterday, I decide against it. We are waiting for dessert in a plush, exclusive restaurant in town. It's been a lively evening so far, and Mia is determined it should continue and that we must go clubbing. Right now, she's sitting silently for once, hanging on Ethan's every word as he and Christian talk. Mia is obviously infatuated with Ethan, and Ethan is, well, it's difficult to tell. I don't know if they are just friends or if there's something more. Christian seems at ease. He's been talking animatedly with Ethan. They obviously bonded over the fly fishing. They're talking about psychology mainly. Ironically, Christian sounds the more knowledgeable. I smile softly as I half listen to their conversation, sadly acknowledging that his expertise is the result of experience with so many shrinks. You're the best therapy. His words, whispered while we were making love once, echo in my head. Am I? Oh, Christian, I hope so. I glance over at Kate. She looks beautiful, but then she always does. She and Elliot are less lively. He seems nervous, his jokes a little too loud and his laugh a little off. Have they had a fight? What's eating him? Is it that woman? My heart sinks at the thought that he might hurt my best friend. I glance at the entrance, half expecting to see Gia calmly saunter her well-groomed ass across the restaurant to us. My mind is playing tricks. I suspect it's the amount of alcohol I've had. My head is beginning to ache. Abruptly, Elliot startles us all by standing and pulling his chair back so it scrapes across the tile floor. All eyes turn to him. He gazes down at Kate for one moment, and then drops to one knee beside her. Oh my God. He reaches for her hand, and silence settles like a blanket over the entire restaurant as everyone stops eating, stops talking, stops walking, and stares. My beautiful Kate, I love you. Your grace, your beauty, and your fiery spirit have no equal, and you have captured my heart. Spend your life with me. Marry me. Holy shit. Chapter 14. The attention of the entire restaurant is trained on Kate and Elliot, waiting with bated breath as one. The anticipation is unbearable. Silence stretches like a taut rubber band. The atmosphere is oppressive, apprehensive, and yet Kate stares blankly at Elliot as he gazes up at her, his eyes wide with longing, fear even. Holy crap, Kate. Put him out of his misery. Please. Jeez. He could have asked her privately. A single tear trickles down her cheek, though she remains expressionless. Shit. Kate? Crying? Then she smiles. A slow, disbelieving, I've found nirvana smile. Yes, she whispers. A breathy, sweet acceptance. Not Kate-like at all. For one nanosecond, there's a pause as the entire restaurant exhales a collective sigh of relief, and then the noise deafening. Spontaneous applause, cheering, catcalls, whooping, and suddenly I have tears rolling down my face, smudging my Barbie meets Joan Jett makeup. Oblivious to the commotion around them, the two are locked in their own little world. From his pocket, Elliot produces a small box, opens it, and presents it to Kate. A ring. And from what I can see, an exquisite ring. But I need a closer look. Is that what he was doing with Gia? Choosing a ring? Shit. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't tell Kate. Kate looks from the ring to Elliot, then throws her arms around his neck. They kiss, remarkably chaste for them, and the crowd goes wild. Elliot stands and acknowledges the approbation with a surprisingly graceful bow, and then, wearing a huge, self-satisfied grin, sits back down. I can't take my eyes off them. Taking the ring out of its box, Elliot gently slides it onto Kate's finger, and they kiss once more. Christian squeezes my hand. I didn't realize I'd been gripping his so tightly. I release him, a little embarrassed, and he shakes his hand, mouthing, "Ow!" "Sorry. Did you know about this?" I whisper. Christian smiles, and I know that he did. He summons the waiter. 2 bottles of the Cristal, please. The 2002, if you have it. I smirk at him. What? He asks. Because the 2002 is so much better than the 2003, I tease. He laughs. To the discerning palate, Anastasia. You have a very discerning palate, Mr. Gray, and singular tastes. I smile. That I do, Mrs. Gray. He leans in close. You taste best, he whispers, and he kisses a certain spot behind my ear, sending little shivers down my spine. I blush scarlet and fondly remember his earlier demonstration of the quite literal shortcomings of my dress. Mia is the first up to hug Kate and Elliot, and we all take turns congratulating the happy couple. I clutch Kate in a fierce hug. See? He was just worried about his proposal, I whisper. Oh, Anna! She giggles, sobs. Kate, I am so happy for you. Congratulations. Christian is behind me. He shakes Elliot's hand, then, surprising both Elliot and me, pulls him into a hug. I can only just catch what he says. Way to go, Elliot, he murmurs. Elliot says nothing, for once stunned into silence, then warmly returns his brother's hug. Elliot? Ex-Christian. Elliot chokes out. Christian gives Kate a brief, if awkward, almost arm's-length hug. I know that Christian's attitude toward Kate is tolerant at best, and ambivalent most of the time, so this is progress. Releasing her, he says, so quietly only she and I can hear, I hope you are as happy in your marriage as I am. Thank you, Christian. I hope so too, she says graciously. The waiter has returned with the champagne, which he proceeds to open with an understated flourish. Christian holds his champagne flute aloft. To Kate and my dear brother Elliot, congratulations. We all sit. Well, I glug. Cristal tastes so good. And I'm reminded of the first time I drank it at Christian's club, and later, our eventful elevator journey to the first floor. Christian frowns at me. What are you thinking about? He whispers. The first time I drank this champagne. His frown becomes more quizzical. We were at your club, I prompt. He grins. Oh yes, I remember. He winks at me. Elliot, have you set a date? Mia types up. Elliot gives his sister an exasperated stare. I've only just asked Kate, so we'll get back to you on that, okay? Oh, make it a Christmas wedding? That would be so romantic, and you'd have no trouble remembering your anniversary. Mia claps her hands. I'll take that under advisement. Elliot smirks at her. After the champagne, can we please go clubbing? Mia turns and gives Christian her biggest brown-eyed look. I think we should ask Elliot and Kate what they'd like to do. As one, we turn expectantly to them. Elliot shrugs and Kate turns puce. Her carnal intent toward her fiancé is so clear, I nearly spit $400 champagne all over the table. Zach's is the most exclusive nightclub in Aspen, or so says Mia. Christian strolls to the front of the short line with his arm wrapped around my waist, and is immediately granted access. I wonder briefly if he owns the place. I glance at my watch. 30 in the evening, and I'm feeling fuzzy. The 2 glasses of champagne and several glasses of bouillie fumé during our meal are starting to have an effect, and I'm grateful Christian has his arm around me. Mr. Gray, welcome back, says a very attractive, leggy blonde in black satin hot pants, matching sleeveless shirt, and a little red bow tie. She smiles broadly, revealing perfect all-American teeth between scarlet lips that match her bow tie. Max will take your coat. A young man dressed entirely in black, fortunately not satin, smiles as he offers to take my coat. His dark eyes are warm and inviting. I am the only one wearing a coat. Christian insisted I take Mia's trench coat to cover my behind, so Max has to deal only with nice coat, he says, gazing at me intently. Beside me, Christian bristles and fixes Max with a back off now glare. He reddens and quickly hands Christian my coat check ticket. Let me show you to your table. Miss Satin Hot Pants flutters her eyelashes at my husband, flicks her long blonde hair, and sachets through the entryway. I tighten my grip around Christian, and he gazes down at me questioningly for a moment, then smirks as we follow Miss Satin Hot Pants into the bar. The lighting is muted, the walls are black, and the furnishings deep red. There are booths flanking 2 sides of the walls and a large U-shaped bar in the middle. It's busy, given that we're here off-season, but not too crowded with the well-heeled of Aspen out for a good time on a Saturday night. The dress code is relaxed, and for the first time, I feel a little underdressed. I'm not sure which. The floor and walls vibrate with the music pulsing from the dance floor behind the bar, and lights are whirling and flashing on and off. In my heady state, I idly think it's an epileptic's nightmare. Satin Hot Pants leads us to a corner booth that's been roped off. It's near the bar with access to the dance floor. Clearly, the best seats in the house. There'll be someone along to take your order shortly. She gives us her full megawatt smile and, with a final flutter of eyelashes at my husband, sachets back from where she came. Mia is already jigging from foot to foot, itching to get onto the dance floor, and Ethan takes pity on her. Champagne? Christian asks as they head off, holding hands toward the dance floor. Ethan gives him a thumbs up, and Mia nods enthusiastically. Kate and Elliot sit back on the soft velvet seating, hand in hand. They look so happy. Their features soft and radiant in the glow from the tea lights flickering in crystal holders on the low table. Christian gestures for me to sit, and I scoot in beside Kate. He takes a seat beside me and anxiously scans the room. Show me your ring! I raise my voice over the music. I will be hoarse by the time we leave. Kate beams at me and holds up her hand. The ring is exquisite. A single solitaire in a fine, elaborate claw, with tiny diamonds on either side. It has a retro look to it. It's beautiful. She nods in delight and, reaching over, squeezes Elliot's thigh. He leans down and kisses her. Get a room, I call out. Elliot grins. A young woman with short dark hair and a mischievous smile, wearing the regulation black satin hot pants, comes to take our order. What do you want to drink? Christian asks. You're not picking up the tab for this, too, Elliot grumbles. Don't start that shit, Elliot, Christian says mildly. Despite the objections of Kate, Elliot, and Ethan, Christian has paid for the meal we just consumed. He simply waved them aside and would not hear of anyone. I gaze at him lovingly. My 50 shades, always in control. Elliot opens his mouth to say something, but, wisely perhaps, closes it again. I'll have a beer, he says. Kate? Christian asks. More champagne, please. The Cristal is delicious, but I'm sure Ethan would prefer a beer. She smiles sweetly, yes, sweetly, at Christian. She is incandescent with happiness. I feel it radiating off her, and it's a pleasure to bask in her joy. Anna? Champagne, please. Bottle of Cristal, 3 Peronis, and a bottle of iced mineral water. 6 glasses, he says, in his usual authoritative, no-nonsense manner. It's kinda hot. Thank you, sir. Coming right up. Miss Hot Pants number 2 gives him a gracious smile, but he's spared the fluttering of eyelashes, though her cheeks redden a little. I shake my head in resignation. He's mine, girlfriend. What? He asks me. She didn't flutter her eyelashes at you. I smirk. Oh, was she supposed to? He asks, failing to hide his mirth. Women usually do. My tone is ironic. He grins. Mrs. Gray, are you jealous? Not in the slightest. I pout at him, and I realize in that moment that I am beginning to tolerate women ogling my husband. Almost. Christian clasps my hand and kisses my knuckles. You have nothing to be jealous of, Mrs. Gray. He murmurs close to my ear, his breath tickling me. I know. Good. The waitress returns, and moments later I'm sipping another glass of champagne. Here. Christian hands me a glass of water. Drink this. I frown at him and see, rather than hear, his sigh. 3 glasses of white wine at dinner and 2 of champagne, after a strawberry daiquiri and 2 glasses of Frascati at lunchtime. Drink. Now, Anna. How does he know about the cocktails this afternoon? But actually, he does have a point. Taking the glass of water, I down it in a most unladylike manner to register my protest at being told what to do. Again. I wipe my hand across the back of my mouth. Good girl, he says, smirking. You've vomited on me once already. I don't wish to experience that again in a hurry. I don't know what you're complaining about. You got to sleep with me. He smiles and his eyes soften. Yeah, I did. Ethan and Mia are back. Ethan's had enough for now. Come on, girls. Let's hit the floor. Strike a pose. Throw some shapes. Work off the calories from the chocolate mousse. Kate stands immediately. Coming? She asks Elliot. Let me watch you, he says, and I have to look away quickly, blushing at the look he gives her. She grins as I stand. I'm going to burn some calories, I say, and leaning down, I whisper in Christian's ear, you can watch me. Don't bend over, he growls. Okay, I stand abruptly. Whoa, head rush. And I clutch Christian's shoulder as the room shifts and tilts a little. Perhaps you should have some more water, Christian murmurs, a warning clear in his voice. I'm fine. These seats are low and my heels are high. Kate takes my hand, and taking a deep breath, I follow her and Mia, perfectly poised, onto the dance floor. The music is pulsing, a techno beat with a thumping bass line. The dance floor isn't crowded, which means we have some space. The mix is eclectic, young and old alike dancing the night away. I have never been a good dancer. In fact, it's only since I've been with Christian that I dance at all. Kate hugs me. I'm so happy, she shouts over the music, and she starts to dance. Mia is doing what Mia does, grinning at the pair of us, throwing herself around. Geez, she's taking up a lot of room on the dance floor. I glance back toward the table. Our men are watching us. I start to move. It's a pulsing rhythm. I close my eyes and surrender to it. I open my eyes to find the dance floor filling up. Kate, Mia, and I are forced closer together. And to my surprise, I find I'm actually enjoying myself. I begin to move a little more, bravely. Kate gives me 2 thumbs up, and I beam back at her. I close my eyes. Why did I spend the first 20 years of my life not doing this? I chose reading over dancing. Jane Austen didn't have great music to move to, and Thomas Hardy, geez, he'd have felt guilty as sin that he wasn't dancing with his first wife. I giggle at the thought. It's Christian. He has given me this confidence in my body and how I can move it. Suddenly, there are 2 hands on my hips. I grin. Christian has joined me. I wiggle. His hands move to my behind and squeeze, then back to my hips. I open my eyes, and Mia is gaping at me in horror. Shit! Am I that bad? I reach down to hold Christian's hands. They're hairy. Fuck! They're not his. I whirl around, and towering over me is a blonde giant with more teeth than is natural, and a leering smile to showcase them. Get your hands off me! I scream over the pounding music, apoplectic with rage. Come on, sugar. It's just some fun. He smiles, holding his ape-like hands up, his blue eyes gleaming under the pulsing ultraviolet lights. Before I know what I'm doing, I slap him hard across the face. Ow! Shit! My hand! It stings. Get away from me! I shout. He gazes down at me, cupping his red cheek. I thrust my uninjured hand in front of his face, spreading my fingers to show him my rings. I'm married, you asshole! He shrugs rather arrogantly and gives me a half-hearted apologetic smile. I glance around frantically. Mia is at my right, glaring at blonde giant. Kate is lost in the moment doing her thing. Christian is not at the table. Oh, I hope he's gone to the restroom. I step back into a front I know well. Oh, shit. Christian puts his arm around my waist and moves me to his side. Keep your fucking hands off my wife, he says. He's not shouting, but somehow he can be heard over the music. Holy shit. She can take care of herself. Blonde giant shouts. His hand moves from his cheek where I've slapped him, and Christian hits him. It's like I'm watching it in slow motion. A perfectly timed punch to the chin that moves at such speed, but with so little wasted energy. Blonde giant doesn't see it coming. He crumples to the floor like the scumbag he is. Fuck! Christian, no! I gasp in panic, standing in front of him to hold him back. Shit, he'll kill him. I already hit him! I shout over the music. Christian doesn't look at me. He's glaring at my assailant with a malevolence I've not seen before flaring in his eyes. Well, maybe once before, after Jack Hyde made a pass at me. The other dancers move outward like a ripple in a pond, clearing space around us, keeping a safe distance. Blonde giant scrambles to his feet as Elliot joins us. Oh no. Kate is with me, gaping at all of us. Elliot grasps Christian's arm as Ethan appears too. Take it easy, okay? Didn't mean any harm. Blonde giant holds his hands up in defeat, beating a hasty retreat. Christian's eyes follow him off the dance floor. He does not look at me. The song changes from the explicit lyrics of Sexy Bitch to a pulsing techno dance number with a woman singing with an impassioned voice. Elliot looks down at me, then across at Christian, and, releasing Christian, pulls Kate into a dance. I put my arms around Christian's neck until he finally makes eye contact. his eyes still blazing, primal and feral. A glimpse of a brawling adolescent. Holy shit. He scrutinizes my face. Are you okay? He asks finally. Yes. I rub my palm, trying to dispel the sting, and bring my hands down to his chest. My hand is throbbing. I have never slapped anyone before. What possessed me? Touching me wasn't the worst crime against humanity, was it? Yet deep down, I know why I hit him. It's because I instinctively knew how Christian would react to seeing some stranger pawing me. I knew he'd lose his precious self-control. And the thought that some stupid nobody could derail my husband, my love, well, it makes me mad. Really mad. Do you want to sit down? Christian asks over the pulsing beat. Oh, come back to me, please. No, dance with me. He looks at me impassively, saying nothing. Touch me, the woman sings. Dance with me. He's still mad. Dance, Christian, please. I take his hands. Christian glares after the guy, but I start to move against him, weaving myself around him. The throng of dancers has circled us once more, although there's now a 2-foot exclusion zone around us. You hit him? Standing stock still. I take his fisted hands. Of course I did. I thought it was you, but his hands were hairier. Please dance with me. As Christian gazes at me, the fire in his eyes slowly changes, evolves into something else, something darker, something hotter. Suddenly, he grabs my wrists and pulls me flush against him, pinning my hands behind my back. You want to dance? Let's dance. He growls close to my ear, and as he rolls his hips around into me, I can do nothing but follow, his hands holding mine against my backside. Oh, Christian can move, really move. He keeps me close, not letting me go, but his hands gradually relax on mine, freeing me. My hands creep around, up his arms, feeling his bunched muscles through his jacket, up to his shoulders. He presses me against him, and I follow his moves as he slowly, sensually dances with me, in time to the pulsing beat of the club music. The moment he grabs my hand and spins me first one way, then the other, I know he's back with me. I grin. He grins. We dance together, and it's liberating, fun. His anger forgotten or suppressed. He whirls me around with consummate skill in our small space on the dance floor, never letting go. He makes me graceful. That's his skill. He makes me sexy, because that's what he is. He makes me feel loved, because, in spite of his 50 shades, he has a wealth of love to give. Watching him now, enjoying himself, one could be forgiven for thinking he doesn't have a care in the world. I know his love is clouded with issues of overprotectiveness and control, but it doesn't make me love him any less. I am breathless when the song morphs to another. Can we sit? I gasp. Sure. He leads me off the dance floor. You've made me rather hot and sweaty, I whisper as we return to the table. He pulls me into his arms. I like you hot and sweaty, though I prefer to make you hot and sweaty in private. He purrs, and a lascivious smile tugs at his lips. As I sit, it's as if the incident on the dance floor never happened. I'm vaguely surprised we haven't been thrown out. I glance around the bar. No one is looking at us. And I can't see Blonde Giant. Maybe he left, or maybe he's been thrown out. Kate and Elliot are being indecent on the dance floor. Ethan and Mia less so. I take another sip of champagne. Dear. Christian puts another glass of water before me and regards me intently. His expression is expectant. Drink it. Drink it now. I do as I'm told. Besides, I'm thirsty. He lifts a bottle of Peroni from the ice bucket on the table and takes a long drink. What if there had been press here? I ask. Christian knows immediately that I'm referring to his knocking blonde giant on his ass. I have expensive lawyers, he says coolly, all at once arrogance personified. I frown at him. But you're not above the law, Christian. I did have the situation under control. His eyes frost. No one touches what's mine, he says with chilling finality, as if I'm missing the obvious. Oh. I take another sip of my champagne. All of a sudden I feel overwhelmed. The music is loud, pounding, my head and feet are aching, and I feel woozy. He grasps my hand. Come, let's go. I want to get you home, he says. Kate and Elliot join us. You going? Kate asks, and her voice is hopeful. Yes, Christian says. Good, we'll come with you. As we wait at the coat check for Christian to retrieve my trench coat, Kate quizzes me. What happened with that guy on the dance floor? He was feeling me up. I opened my eyes and you'd hit him. I shrugged. Well, I knew Christian would go thermonuclear, and that could potentially ruin your evening. I'm still processing how I feel about Christian's behavior. At the time, I was worried that it could have been worse. Our evening, she clarifies. He is rather hot-headed, isn't he? Kate adds dryly, staring at Christian as he collects my coat. I snort and smile. You could say that. I think you handle him well. Handle? I frown. Do I handle Christian? Here. Christian holds my coat open for me so that I can put it on. Wake up, Anna. Christian is shaking me gently. We've arrived back at the house. Reluctantly, I open my eyes and stagger from the minivan. Kate and Elliot have disappeared, and Taylor is standing patiently beside the vehicle. Do I need to carry you? Christian asks. I shake my head. I'll fetch Miss Gray and Mr. Kavanaugh, Taylor says. Christian nods, then leads me to the front door. My feet are throbbing, and I stumble after him. At the front door, he bends down, grasps my ankle, and gently pries off first one shoe, then the other. Oh, the relief. He straightens and gazes down at me, holding my Manolos. Better, he asks, amused. I nod. I had delightful visions of these around my ears, he murmurs, staring down wistfully at my shoes. He shakes his head and, taking my hand once more, leads me through the darkened house and up the stairs to our bedroom. You're wrecked, aren't you? He says softly, staring down at me. I nod. He starts to unbuckle the belt on my trench coat. I'll do it, I mutter, making a half-hearted attempt to brush him off. Let me. I sigh. I had no idea I was this tired. It's the altitude. You're not used to it. And the drinking, of course. He smirks, divests me of my coat, and throws it on one of the bedroom chairs. Taking my hand, he leads me into the bathroom. Why are we going in here? Sit, he says. I sit on the chair and close my eyes. I hear him as he messes around with bottles on the vanity unit. I am too tired to open my eyes to find out what he's doing. A moment later, he tips my head back, and I open my eyes in surprise. Eyes closed, Christian says. Holy crap, he's holding a cotton ball. Gently, he wipes it over my right eye. I sit stunned as he methodically removes my makeup. Ah, there's the woman I married, he says after a few wipes. You don't like makeup? I like it well enough, but I prefer what's beneath it. He kisses my forehead. Here, take these. He puts some Advil into my palm and hands me a glass of water. I look and pout. Take them, he orders. I roll my eyes but do as I'm told. Good. Do you need a private moment? He asks sardonically. I snort. So coy, Mr. Gray. Yes, I need to pee. He laughs. You expect me to leave? I giggle. You want to stay? He cocks his head to one side, his expression amused. You are one kinky son of a bitch. Out! I don't want you to watch me pee. That's a step too far. It's distracting. He strides over to me. Enjoying the view? He asks wryly. Always. I think you're slightly drunk, Mrs. Gray. I think, for once, I have to agree with you, Mr. Gray. Let me help you out of what little there is of this dress. It really should come with a health warning. He turns me around and undoes the single button at the neck. You're so mad, I murmur. Yes, I was. At me? No, not at you. He kisses my shoulder. For once. I smile. Not mad at me. This is progress. Makes a nice change. Yes, it does. He kisses my other shoulder, then tugs my dress down over my backside and onto the floor. He removes my panties at the same time, leaving me naked. Reaching up, he takes my hand. Step, he commands, and I step out of the dress, holding his hand for balance. He stands and tosses my dress and panties onto the chair with me as trench coat. Arms up, he says softly. He slips his t-shirt over my head and pulls it down, covering me up. I am ready for bed. He pulls me into his arms and kisses me, my minty breath mingling with his. As much as I'd love to bury myself in you, Mrs. Gray, you've had too much to drink. You're at nearly 8,000 feet, and you didn't sleep well last night. Come, get into bed. He pulls back the duvet, and I climb in. He covers me up and kisses my forehead once more. Close your eyes. When I come back to bed, I'll expect you to be asleep. It's a threat, a command. It's Christian. Don't go, I plead. I have some calls to make, Anna. It's Saturday. It's late. Please? He runs his hands through his hair. Anna, if I come to bed with you now, you won't get any rest. Sleep. He's adamant. I close my eyes and his lips brush my forehead once more. Good night, baby. He breathes. Images of the day flash through my mind. Christian hauling me over his shoulder in the plane, his anxiety as to whether or not I'd like the house, making love this afternoon, the bags, his reaction to my dress, decking blonde giant. My palm tingles at the memory, and then Christian putting me to bed. Who would have thought? I grin widely, the word progress running around my brain as I drift. Chapter 15. I am too warm. Christian warm. His head is on my shoulder, and he's breathing softly on my neck while he sleeps. His legs threaded through mine, his arm around my waist. I linger on the edge of consciousness, aware that if I wake fully, I'll wake him too, and he doesn't sleep enough. Hazily, my mind wanders through the events of yesterday evening. I drank too much. Boy, did I drink too much. I'm amazed Christian let me. I smile as I remember him putting me to bed. That was sweet, real sweet, and unexpected. I conduct a quick mental inventory of how I'm feeling. Stomach? Fine. Head? Surprisingly fine, but fuzzy. My palm is still red from last night. Sheesh. Idly, I think about Christian's palms when he spanked me. I squirm, and he wakes. What's wrong? Sleepy gray eyes search mine. Nothing. Good morning. I run the fingers of my uninjured hand through his hair. Mrs. Gray, you look lovely this morning, he says, kissing my cheek, and I light up from within. Thank you for taking care of me last night. I like taking care of you. It's what I want to do, he says quietly, but his eyes betray him as triumph flares in their gray depths. It's like he's won the World Series or the Super Bowl. Oh my. You make me feel cherished. That's because you are, he murmurs, and my heart clenches. He clasps my hand and I wince. He releases me immediately, alarmed. The punch? He asks. His eyes frost as he scrutinizes mine, and his voice is laced with sudden anger. I slapped him. I didn't punch him. That fucker. I thought we dealt with this last night. I can't bear that he touched you. He didn't hurt me. He was just inappropriate. Christian, I'm okay. My hand's a little red, that's all. Surely you know what that's like. I smirk and his expression changes to one of amused surprise. Why, Mrs. Gray, I am very familiar with that. His lips twist in amusement. I could reacquaint myself with that feeling this minute, should you so wish. Oh, stow your twitching palm, Mr. Gray. I stroke his face with my injured hand, my fingers caressing his sideburn. Gently, I tug the little hairs. It distracts him, and he takes my hand and plants a tender kiss in my palm. Miraculously, the pain disappears. Why didn't you tell me this hurt last night? I didn't really feel it last night. It's okay now. His eyes soften and his mouth twists. How are you feeling? Better than I deserve. That's quite a right arm you have there, Mrs. Gray. You'd do well to remember that, Mr. Gray. Oh, really? He rolls suddenly so that he's fully on top of me, pressing me into the mattress, holding my wrists above my head. He gazes down at me. I'd fight you any day, Mrs. Gray. In fact, subduing you in bed is a fantasy of mine. He kisses my throat. What? I thought you subdued me all the time. I gasp as he nibbles my earlobe. But I'd like some resistance. He murmurs, his nose skirting my jaw. Resistance? I still. He stops, releasing my hands, and leans up on his elbows. You want me to fight you? Here? I whisper, trying to contain my surprise. Okay, my shop. He nods, his eyes hooded but wary as he gauges my reaction. Now? He shrugs, and I see the idea flit through his mind. He gives me his shy smile and nods again, slowly. Oh my. He's tense, lying on top of me, and his growing erection is digging tantalizingly into my soft, willing flesh, distracting me. What's this about? Brawling? Fantasy? Will he hurt me? My inner goddess shakes her head. Never. Is this what you meant about coming to bed angry? He nods once more, his eyes still wary. My 50 wants to rumble. Don't bite your lip, he warns. Compliantly, I release my lip. I think you have me at a disadvantage, Mr. Gray. I pat my lashes and squirm provocatively beneath him. This could be fun. Disadvantage? Surely you've already got me where you want me. He smirks and presses his groin into mine once more. Good point, well made, Mrs. Gray. He whispers, and quickly kisses my lips. Abruptly, he shifts and takes me with him, rolling over so I'm straddling him. I grab his hands, pinning them to the side of his head, and ignore the protesting ache from my hand. My hair falls in a chestnut veil around us, and I move my head so that the strands tickle his face. He jerks his face away but doesn't try to stop me. So, you want to play rough? I ask, skimming my crotch over his. His mouth opens and he inhales sharply. Yes, he hisses, and I release him. Wait. I reach over for the glass of water beside the bed. Christian must have left it here. It's cool and sparkling. Too cool to have been sitting here for long, and I wonder when he came to bed. As I take a long draught, Christian trails his fingers in small circles up my thighs, leaving tingling skin in their wake before he cups and squeezes my naked behind. Taking a leaf from his impressive repertoire, I lean forward and kiss him, pouring clear, cool water into his mouth. He drinks. Very tasty, Mrs. Gray, he murmurs, sporting a boyish and playful grin. After placing the glass back on the bedside table, I remove his hands from my backside and pin them by his head once more. So, I'm supposed to be unwilling? I smirk. Yes. I'm not much of an actress. He grins. Why? I lean down and kiss him chastely. Okay, I'll play, I whisper, trailing my teeth along his jaw, feeling his prickly stubble beneath my teeth and my tongue. Christian makes a low, sexy sound in his throat and moves, tossing me onto the bed beside him. I cry out in surprise, then he's on top of me, and I start to struggle as he makes a grab for my hands. Roughly, I place my hands on his chest, pushing with all my might, trying to move him, while he endeavors to pry my legs apart with his knee. I continue pushing at his chest. Jeez, he's heavy. But he doesn't flinch, doesn't freeze, as he once might have. He's enjoying this. He attempts to grab my wrists and finally captures one, despite my valiant attempts to twist it free. It's my sore hand, so I surrender it to him. But I grab his hair with my other hand and pull hard. Ah! He yanks his head free and gazes down at me, his eyes wild and carnal. Savage, he whispers, his voice laced with salacious delight. In response to this one whispered word, my libido explodes, and I stop acting. Again, I struggle in vain to wrest my hand out of his hold. At the same time, I try to hook my ankles together and attempt to buck him off me. He's too heavy. Ah! It's frustrating and hot. With a groan, Christian captures my other hand. He holds both my wrists in his left hand in response, pleasure spiking short, sharp, and hot, from my nipple to my groin. I make another fruitless attempt to buck him off. Pleasure spiking short, sharp, and hot, from my nipple to my groin. I make another fruitless attempt to buck him off. He's just too on me. When he tries to kiss me, I jerk my head to the side so he can't. Promptly, his insolent hand moves from the hem of my t-shirt up to my chin, holding me in place as he runs his teeth along my jaw, mirroring what I did to him earlier. Oh, baby, fight me, he murmurs. I twist and writhe, trying to free myself from his merciless hold, but it's hopeless. He's much stronger than me. He's gently biting at my lower lip as his tongue tries to invade my mouth, and I realize I don't want to resist him. I want him now, like I always do. I stop fighting and fervently return his kiss. I don't care that I haven't brushed my teeth. I don't care that we're supposed to be playing some game. Desire, hot and hard, surges through my bloodstream, and I'm lost. Unhooking my ankles, I wrap my legs around his hips and use my heels to push his pajamas down over his behind. Anna, he breathes, and kisses me everywhere, and we're no longer wrestling, but all hands and tongues and touch and taste, quick and urgent. Skin, he murmurs hoarsely, his breathing labored. He drags me up and tugs off my t-shirt in one swift move. You, I whisper while I'm upright, because it's all I can think of to say. I seize the front of his pajamas pajamas and yank them down, freeing his erection. I grab and squeeze him. He's hard. The air whistles through his teeth as he inhales sharply, and I revel in his response. Fuck, he murmurs. He leans back, lifting my thighs, tipping me down onto the bed as I pull and squeeze him tightly, running my hand up and down him. Feeling a bead of moisture on his tip, I swirl it around with my thumb. As he lowers me to the mattress, I slip my thumb in my thumb. As he lowers me to the mattress, I slip my thumb in my mouth to taste him, while his hands travel up my body, caressing my hips, my stomach, my breasts. Tastes good, he asks as he hovers over me, eyes blazing. Yes, here. I push my thumb into his mouth, and he sucks and bites the pad. I groan, grasp his head, and pull him down to me so I can kiss him. Wrapping my legs around him, I push his pajamas off his legs with my feet, then cradle him with my legs around his waist. His lips trail from across my jaw to my chin, lipping softly. You're so beautiful. He dips his head lower to the base of my throat. Such beautiful skin. His breath is soft as his lips glide down to my breasts. What? I am panting, confused, wanting, now waiting. I thought this was going to be quick. Christian! I hear the quiet plea in my voice and reach down, fisting my hands in his hair. Hush, he whispers, and circles my nipple with his tongue before pulling it into his mouth and tugging hard. Ah! I moan and squirm, tilting my pelvis up to tempt him. He grins against my skin and turns his attention to my other breast. Impatient, Mrs. Gray. He then sucks hard on my nipple. I tug his hair. He groans and peers up. I'll restrain you, he warns. Take me, I beg. All in good time, he murmurs against my skin. His hand travels down at an infuriatingly slow speed to my hip as he worships my nipple with his mouth. I moan loudly, my breath short and shallow, and I try once more to entice him into me, rocking against him. He's thick and heavy and close, but he's taking his own sweet, leisurely time with me. Fuck this. I struggle and twist, determined to buck him off me again. What the? Grabbing my hands, Christian pins them down on the bed, my arms spread wide, and rests his full body weight on me, completely subduing me. I am breathless, wild. You wanted resistance? I say, panting. He rears up over me and gazes down, his hands still locked around my wrists. I place my heels under his behind and push. He doesn't move. Ah! You don't want to play nice? He asks, astonished, his eyes alight with excitement. I just want you to make love to me, Christian. Could he be any more obtuse? First we're fighting and wrestling, then he's all tender and sweet. It's confusing. I'm in bed with Mr. Mercurial. Please. I press my heels against his backside once more. Burning gray eyes search mine. Oh, what is he thinking? He looks momentarily bewildered and confused. He releases my hands and sits back on his heels, pulling me into his lap. Okay, Mrs. Gray. We'll do this your way. He lifts me up and slowly lowers me onto him so I'm straddling him. Ah! This is it. This is what I want. This is what I need. Curling my arms around his neck, I twist my fingers in his hair, glorying in the feeling of him inside me. I start to move, taking control, taking him at my pace, at my speed. He moans and his lips find mine, and we're lost. I trail my fingers through the hair on Christian's chest. He lies on his back, still and quiet beside me, as we both catch our breath. His hand thumbs rhythmically down my back. You're quiet, I whisper, and kiss his shoulder. He turns and looks at me, his expression giving nothing away. That was fun. Something wrong? You confound me, Anna. Confound you? He shifts so that we're face to face. Yes, you. Calling the shots is different. Good different or bad different? I trail a finger over his lips. His brow furrows as if he doesn't quite understand the question. Absent-mindedly, he kisses my finger. Good different, he says, but he doesn't sound convinced. You've never indulged this little fantasy before? I blush as I say it. Do I really want to know any more about my husband's colorful, kaleidoscopic sex life before me? My subconscious eyes me warily over her tortoiseshell half-moon specs. Do you really want to go there? No, Anastasia. You can touch me. It's a simple explanation that speaks volumes. Of course, the 15 couldn't. Mrs. Robinson could touch you. I murmur the words before my brain registers what I've said. Shit, why did I mention her? He stills. His eyes widen with his, "Oh no, where's she going with this?" expression. That was different, he whispers. Suddenly, I want to know. Good different or bad different? He gazes at me. Doubt and possibly pain flit across his face, and fleetingly he looks like a man drowning. Bad, I think. His words are barely audible. Holy shit. I thought you liked it. I did, at the time. Not now? He gazes at me, eyes wide, then slowly shakes his head. My. Oh, Christian. I'm overwhelmed by the feelings that swamped me. My lost boy. I launch myself at him and kiss his face, his throat, his chest, his little round scars. He groans, pulls me to him, and kisses me passionately, and very slowly and tenderly, at his pace. He makes love to me once more. Anna Tyson, punching above your weight. Ethan applauds as I head into the kitchen for breakfast. He's sitting with Mia and Kate at the breakfast bar while Mrs. Bentley cooks waffles. Christian is nowhere to be seen. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Bentley smiles. What would you like for breakfast? Good morning. Whatever's going, thank you. Where's Christian? Outside. Kate gestures with her head toward the backyard. I wander over to the window that looks out over the yard and the mountains beyond. It's a clear, powder blue summer day, and my beautiful husband is about 20 feet away in deep discussion with some guy. That's Mr. Bentley he's talking to, calls Mia from the breakfast bar. I turn to look at her, distracted by her sulky tone. She looks venomously at Ethan. Oh dear. I wonder once more what's going on between them. Frowning, I turn my attention back to my husband and Mr. Bentley. Mrs. Bentley's husband is fair-haired, dark-eyed, and wiry, dressed in work pants and an Aspen Fire Department t-shirt. Christian is dressed in his black jeans and t-shirt. As the two men amble across the lawn toward the house, lost in their conversation, Christian casually bends to pick up what looks like a bamboo cane that must have been blown over or discarded in the flower bed. Pausing, Christian absent-mindedly holds out the cane at arm's length as if weighing it carefully, and swipes it through the air, just once. Oh. Mr. Bentley appears to see nothing odd in his behavior. They continue their discussion, nearer to the house this time, then pause once more, and Christian repeats the gesture. The tip of the cane hits the ground. Glancing up, Christian sees me standing at the window. And you don't, oh, soon-to-be sister-in-law? I reply, grinning, and trying to bear the disquieting visual of Christian wielding a cane. I am startled when Kate leaps up and hugs me. Sister! She exclaims, and it's hard not to be swept up in her joy. Hey, sleepyhead. Christian wakes me. We're about to land. Buckle up. I fumble sleepily for my seatbelt, but Christian fastens it for me. He kisses my forehead before settling back into his seat. I lean my head on his shoulder again and close my eyes. An impossibly long hike and a picnic lunch on top of a spectacular mountain have exhausted me. The rest of our party is quiet too, even Mia. She looks despondent, as she has all day. I wonder how her campaign with Ethan is going. I don't even know where they slept last night. My eyes catch hers, and I give a small, "Are you okay?" smile. She gives me a brief, sad smile in return and goes back to her book. I peek up at Christian through my lashes. He's working on a contract or something, reading it through and annotating the margins. But he seems relaxed. Elliot is snoring softly beside Kate. I have yet to corner Elliot and quiz him about Gia, but it's been impossible to pry him away from Kate. Christian isn't interested enough to ask, which is irritating, but I haven't pressed him. We've been enjoying ourselves too much. Elliot rests his hand possessively on Kate's knee. She looks radiant. And to think that only yesterday afternoon she was so unsure of him. What did Christian call him? Lelliot. Perhaps that's a family nickname? It was sweet. Better than man-whore. Abruptly, Elliot opens his eyes and gazes straight at me. I blush, caught staring. He grins. "I sure love your blush, Anna," he teases, stretching. Kate gives me her self-satisfied, cat ate the canary smile. First Officer Bailey announces our approach to SeaTac, and Christian clasps my hand. "How was your weekend, Mrs. Gray?" Christian asks once we're in the Audi heading back to Escala. Taylor and Ryan are up front. "Good, thank you." I smile, feeling shy all of a sudden. "We can go anytime. Take anyone you wish to take." "We should take Ray. He'd like the fishing." "That's a good idea." "How was it for you?" I ask. "Good," he says after a moment, surprised by my question. I think. "Real good." "You seemed to relax." He shrugs. "I knew you were safe." I frown. "Christian, I'm safe most of the time. I've told you before. You'll keel over at 40 if you keep up this level of anxiety. And I want to grow old and gray with you." I grasp his hand. He looks at me as if he can't comprehend what I'm saying. He gently kisses my knuckles and changes the subject. "How's your hand?" "It's better, thank you." He smiles. "Very good, Mrs. Gray. You ready to face Gia again?" Oh, crap. I'd forgotten we were seeing her this evening to go over the final plans. I roll my eyes. "I might want to keep you out of the way. Keep you safe." I smirk. "Protecting me?" Christian is laughing at me. "As ever, Mr. Gray, from all sexual predators," I whisper. Christian is brushing his teeth when I crawl into bed. Tomorrow, we go back to reality. Back to work, the paparazzi, and to Jack in custody, but with the possibility that he has an accomplice. Christian was vague about that. Does he know? And if he did know, would he tell me? I sigh. Getting information out of Christian is like pulling teeth, and we've had such a lovely weekend. Do I want to ruin the feel-good moment by trying to drag the information out of him? It's been a revelation to see him out of his normal environment, outside this apartment, relaxed and happy with his family. I wonder vaguely if it's because we're here in this apartment, with all its memories and associations, that he gets wound up. Maybe we should move. I snort. We are moving. We're having a huge house refurbished on the coast. Gia's plans are complete and approved, and Elliot's team starts building next week. I chuckle as I recall Gia's shocked expression when I told her that I'd seen her in Aspen. Turns out it was nothing but coincidence. She'd camped out at her holiday place to work solely on our plans. For one awful moment, I thought she'd had a hand in choosing the ring, but apparently not. But I still don't trust Gia. I want to hear the same story from Elliot. At least she kept her distance from Christian this time. I look out at the night sky. I will miss this view, this panoramic vista, Seattle at our feet, so full of possibilities, yet so far removed. Maybe that's Christian's problem. He's been too isolated from real life for too long, thanks to his self-imposed exile. Yet, with his family around him, he is less controlling, less anxious, freer, happier. I wonder what Flynn would make of all that. Holy crap, maybe that's the answer. Maybe he needs his own family. I shake my head in denial. We're too young, too new to all this. Christian strides into the room, looking his usual gorgeous but pensive self. Everything okay? I ask. He nods distractedly as he climbs into bed. I'm not looking forward to going back to reality, I murmur. No? I shake my head and caress his lovely face. I had a wonderful weekend. Thank you. He smiles softly. You're my reality, Anna. He murmurs and kisses me. Do you miss it? Miss what? He asks, perplexed. You know, the caning and stuff. I whisper, embarrassed. He stares at me, his gaze impassive. Then doubt crosses his face, his "where is she going with this" look. No, Anastasia, I don't. His voice is steady and quiet. He caresses my cheek. Dr. Flynn said something to me when you left. Something that stayed with me. He said I couldn't be that way if you weren't so inclined. It was a revelation. He stops and frowns. I didn't know any other way, Anna. Now I do. It's been educational. Me? Educate you? I scoff. His eyes soften. Do you miss it? He asks. Oh. I don't want you to hurt me, but I like to play, Christian. You know that. If you wanted to do something... I shrug, gazing at him. Something? You know, with the flogger or your crap? I stop, blushing. He raises his brow, surprised. Well, we'll see. Right now, I'd like some good old-fashioned vanilla. His thumb skirts my bottom lip, and he kisses me once more. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, good morning. Date, August 29th, 2011, 9:14. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, I just wanted to tell you that I love you. That is all. Yours always, A.X. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, Vanishing Monday Blues. Date, August 29th, 2011, 9:18. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, what gratifying words to hear from one's wife, errant or not, on a Monday morning. Let me assure you that I feel exactly the same way. Sorry about the dinner this evening. I hope it won't be too tedious for you. X. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Oh yes, the American Shipbuilding Association dinner. I roll my eyes. More stuffed shirts. Christian really does take me to the most fascinating functions. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, Ships That Pass in the Night. Date, August 29th, 2011, 9:26. To Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, I am sure you can think of a way to spice up the dinner. Yours in anticipation, Mrs. G. X. Anastasia, non-errant, Gray. Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, Variety is the Spice of Life. Date, August 29th, 2011, 9:35. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, I have a few ideas. X. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, now impatient for the ASA dinner, Inc. All the muscles in my belly clench. I wonder what he'll dream up. Hannah knocks on the door, interrupting my reverie. Ready to go through your schedule for this week, Anna? Sure. Sit. I smile, recovering my equilibrium, and minimize my email program. I've had to move a couple of appointments, Mr. Fox next week, and Dr. My phone rings, interrupting her. It's Roach. He asks me up to his office. Can we pick this up in 20 minutes? Of course. From Christian Grey. Subject, last night. Date, August 30th, 2011, 9:24. To Anastasia Gray. Was fun. Who would have thought the ASA annual dinner could be so stimulating? As ever, you never disappoint, Mrs. Gray. I love you. X. Christian Grey. In awe, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, I love a good ball game. Date, August 30th, 2011, 9:33. To Christian Grey. Dear Mr. Gray, I have missed the silver balls. You never disappoint. That is all. Mrs. G. X. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. Hannah taps on my door, interrupting my erotic thoughts of the previous evening. Christian's hands, his mouth. Come in. Anna, Mr. Roach's PA just called. He'd like you to attend a meeting this morning. It means I have to move some of your appointments again. Is that okay? His tongue. Sure, yes, I mutter, trying to halt my wayward thoughts. She grins and ducks out of my office, leaving me with my delicious memory of last night. From Christian Grey. Subject, hide. Date, September 1st, 2011, 15:24. To Anastasia Gray. Anastasia, for your information, Hyde has been refused bail and remanded in custody. He's charged with attempted kidnapping and arson. As yet, no date has been set for the trial. Christian Grey, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, Hyde. Date, September 1st, 2011, 15:53. To Christian Grey. That's good news. Does this mean you'll lighten up on security? I really don't see eye to eye with Prescott. Anna, X. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, Hyde. Date, September 1st, 2011, 15:59. To Anastasia Gray. No, security will remain in place. No arguments. What's wrong with Prescott? If you don't like her, we'll replace her. Christian Grey, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I scowl at his high-handed email. Prescott isn't that bad. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, keep your hair on. Date, September 1st, 2011, 16:03. To Christian Grey. I was just asking, rolls eyes, and I'll think about Prescott. Stow that twitchy palm. Anna, X. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Grey. Subject, don't tempt me. Date, September 1st, 2011, 16:11. To Anastasia Gray. I can assure you, Mrs. Gray, that my hair is very firmly attached. Has this not been demonstrated often enough by your good self? My palm, however, is twitching. I might do something about that tonight. X. Christian Grey. Not bald yet, CEO. Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, squirm. Date, September 1st, 2011, 16:20. To Christian Grey. Promises, promises. Now stop pestering me. I am trying to work. I have an impromptu meeting with an author. We'll try not to be distracted by thoughts of you during the meeting. A. X. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From